Okay, well, welcome to the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors meeting for Monday, September 16th. And would you now please join me in a pledge of allegiance?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning to all of you. I'll have a few people for, oh, wait a sec, roll call. I'll almost skip that.
Supervisor Pine? Here. Supervisor Groom?
Present.
Supervisor Slocum? Here. Supervisor Tissier? Here. President Horsley?
Here. So we have a few people for public comment. First is Martin Fox, followed by Valerie Summers.
Good morning, President Horsley, honorable members of the board. Thank you very much for your service to the county and for being willing to go through this ordeal known as budget hearings. We hear from those who were abused by the psychiatric healthcare system because they recovered enough to complain. We hear from those who benefited from psychiatric health care because they recovered enough to speak out in favor of services. We hear from those who denounced the asylums for warehousing the mentally ill, but never quite managed to provide funding for the vastly superior community care that was to replace the asylums. We don't hear from the same people who are still voiceless today, those who are too seriously mentally ill to advocate for themselves. We don't hear from persons living with mental illness who do not understand their need to seek treatment voluntarily because they are homeless, imprisoned, or dead. The Alameda County Board of Supervisors is putting Laura's Law on its agenda next month. San Mateo County's Mental Health Services Act has a $3 million balance, according to the executive director of one of the county's vendors. The governor signed Senate Bill 585 last Monday morning, authorizing the use of MHSA funds to implement and operate Laura's Law courts throughout the state. Listen to the silence of the persons living with mental illness who do not understand their need to seek treatment, because that is the place where you will hear what I hear again, the call of duty. Duty calls us to act rationally, and, to quote Education Secretary Arnie Duncan, the only way you improve is to tell the truth, and sometimes that's a brutal truth. The brutal truth here is that voluntary treatment is just as effective as involuntary treatment, to quote Judge Stephen Manley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Valerie Summers, followed by Kate Comfort Har.
Good morning, President Horsley, Vice President Pine, supervisors, and staff. My name is Valerie Summer, and I'm the Library Director, City of South San Francisco. As you may know from the letters you have received from myself and Mayor Pedro Gonzalez, we are requesting $500,000 from Measure A funds to partially fund a redesign of the 8,000 square foot main floor of the Grand Avenue Branch Library. With the receipt of Measure A funds, South San Francisco is prepared to allocate $250,000 in local funding to this vital project. Grand Avenue Branch Library, a Carnegie library, is located in the heart of Old Town, South San Francisco. Approximately 74% of Old Town are low income. Many of these residents do not have the financial ability to provide sufficient educational or entertainment options for their families, so they rely on the library to help fill these needs. However, the current infrastructure and layout of the facility does not provide sufficient access to fill the needs of our community. This project will upgrade the infrastructure to allow for more computer access, create flexibility to allow for more programming and group meetings by replacing built-in shelving with mobile units, create spaces for literacy tutoring, group meetings, and classes such as our popular English conversation class, and highlight high-impact areas of our collection such as the Spanish language materials collection and homework support materials. Due to the strong need for library services in the Grand Avenue Library Service area, the South San Francisco City Council has approved funding this fiscal year to expand Grand Library hours to 6 days a week. The facility is heavily used by children from local schools and working families, so the additional access on weekends is welcome. Grand Library is an important part of the lives of many residents of South San Francisco, and we appreciate your consideration of this request for Measure A funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. Kate Comfort Har.
Good morning. I am Kate Comfort Har, Executive Director of HIP Housing, specializing in creative affordable housing solutions throughout San Mateo County. As you prepare to finalize this fine county's budget, I'd like to make two comments. First is to say a heartfelt thank you for your support of affordable housing programs. Designating RDA boomerang funds for housing was inspired, and your understanding for the need of affordable housing programs with Measure A funds is also visionary. Secondly, I'd like to update you on something. Each fall, I spend a great deal of time preparing a presentation that I take on a roadshow throughout the county to educate and advocate for affordable housing programs. A portion of that presentation has been provided to you today. This year, as I collected the data to update that proposal or that presentation, I was struck by the extreme severe crisis that we're in affordable housing in this county. Homelessness is up 12% since the last count in 2011. 211 now takes 26% more referral calls for housing than any other service. We have a 97% occupancy rate, pushing rents up another 8.2% in the last quarter. That means a one-bedroom apartment now is over $2,000. So even if you can find one, you probably can't afford it. 184,000 people now commute into this county, up from 170,000 last year. HIP Housing saw a 36% increase in calls in July alone. For those at the lowest income levels, the aftermath of the recession is powerful and severe. Stagnated wages, increased demand for rental housing, and closed wait lists, and fewer available resources due to the loss of RDA funding, sequestration, and going into 2014, the loss of Silicon Valley Community Foundation Safety Net Services funding for housing and shelter and food is truly unfortunate, because between San Mateo County and Santa Clara County, 57% of the population are low income, a hidden poverty. As you prepare to finalize the budget, I again applaud your efforts for affordable housing and keeping it on the front burner, and implore you to keep it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And there's one other speaker, Holly Fulgham. Temporary thing. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is, I'm sorry, let me start again. It's a lot of traffic out there. So good morning, President Horsley, Vice President Pine, supervisors, and community members. My name is Holly Fulgham Nutters, manager of Project Read in North San Mateo County. And like Ms. Summers, who spoke to you previously, it's my pleasure to speak to you about allocating funds for Measure A funds for the Grand Avenue Branch Library in South San Francisco. The Grand Avenue Branch Library is in a largely Latino neighborhood of town, and it's composed of people who are low income and have low literacy and English language skills. They seek library services that will help them with their informational and educational needs. The building is old and well-loved, but needs to be upgraded and repurposed to allow full access for the many programs that are offered. Computer access is one of the reasons that people come to this library. Many residents don't have computers at home and rely on the library to use computers. They complete job searches, contact friends and family, do research on the internet, or find information to improve their daily lives. Every day there are more people than there are computers available, but due to space considerations and an old infrastructure, we can't add or upgrade unless there is additional funding. In the afternoon, the Grand Avenue Branch Library is filled with kids completing their homework. In fact, there are more kids than there are tables. Our children's programming is so popular that it's often standing room only. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other public speakers. It's not time. I won't say approve the consent agenda because there isn't one, but it's we need an action to set the agenda. All in favor? Aye. Okay. So, Mr. Maltby, time for your opening remarks.
Mr. President, members of the board, it's indeed a pleasure to be able to present the first two-year budget for the county of San Mateo. Get it up in a minute. There it is. This two-year budget does several things that we have not been able to do in the past. It allows us to plan over a two-year period, enabling us to help to stabilize the county's finances. It also provides the time necessary to undertake in-depth performance reviews, which we believe is a key to helping create an organization of continual improvement. With regard to that, we believe that this budget that is presented today is a big step forward in creating a performance management culture that aligns goals with Shared Vision 2025. It improves performance metrics. It creates a Measure A dashboard, and we hope to have a demonstration for you on Wednesday of the Measure A dashboard. And it continues a culture of continuous improvement whereby we can continually review our services, the way that we conduct those services, the need for the services, and provide real-time information to the board and the public. This year, the county budget for fiscal year 2014 represents a 15% increase in all funds over the prior fiscal year. Almost all of that increase is due to three major cost items. The addition of Measure A, which actions you'll be asked to take during the course of these hearings to the budget. The inclusion of the construction costs for the Maple Street Corrections Center, which will in the following fiscal year be paid back to the county through the sale of bonds. And finally, the one-time pay down of $50 million for the retirement system in part of our ongoing 10-year program to reduce the county's unfunded liability. In fiscal year 15, you'll see approximately 11% reduction in the budget, which essentially represents backing out the costs that I've just mentioned, which were basically one-time only. The context for this budget, I think, is important. After 5 years of the Great Recession, our economy continues to improve. During that time, with the cooperation of our employees, wages have been frozen, and in a number of cases, benefits reduced. We've also deferred maintenance on many major capital items in order to save money during that period of time, and we have reduced non-mission critical services. We've spent down our reserves, but it has allowed the county to maintain critical health and safety services. I'm pleased to report this morning that with an improving economy, the addition of Measure A and T revenue, we are in a much stronger financial position than we've been in several years and able to begin the process of adding to our capital structure to whittle down that deferred maintenance list, to bring new programs and services online that fill gaps that have been created over the prior 5 years, and to undertake other programs and services that the board believes are vital to the community. Having said that, there are still issues that confront us for which we truly don't have the answers, but certainly raise questions. The ACA realignment, as we have talked to the board about on numerous occasions, continues to be listed in this 2-year budget as budget neutral. But having said that, there are many issues that are troubling to us. While certainly We know that there will be expanded Medi-Cal coverage. We also know that the governor has insisted that the 1991 realignment funds be eliminated on the assumption that the county will see additional revenue through patients that have third-party payers or insurance in the coming years. We don't know if that's going to happen or not, and so that's one issue of concern. As I previously discussed with the board, excess ERAF is uncertain. The governor's proposal approved by the legislature to change the funding formulas for schools may well have an adverse impact on the county's ability to receive excess ERAF. Unfortunately, there are so many uncertainties about the program that the Office of Education and the controller at this point are unable to make certain estimates for what the future may hold. So based on the controller's recommendation, we are listing $60 million in the budget this year and $60 million next year as excess ERAF. Maybe more, it could be less. And when we have that information, we will certainly bring it to the board. Also, as previously expressed to the board, property tax in lieu for vehicle license fees continues to be a problem. It's tied to excess ERAF because it comes out of the same fund. We're in a very unique position in this county and a few other counties in the state in which the formula and the pot of money for which funds vehicle license fees in this county for both the county and the cities doesn't have sufficient funds to fully reimburse us for those fees. And we continue to work with the legislature to try to find a legislative remedy to this problem, but it continues to be a significant financial concern to us. Finally, as the board is aware, the last bill that Senator Hill carried in order to provide funding, grant funding for the construction of the jail failed to get out of committee. And so at this point in time, it appears almost certain that the full cost of constructing the jail will be borne by the county through the sale of bonds, and certainly the debt service then on that higher amount will be something that's reflected in increased budgets in future years. It's certainly difficult to make financial predictions in a county environment, especially one that goes out 10 years. What we have done is we've tried to come up with 3 scenarios to give the board some context for looking at this budget over the next 10 years. The first scenario is one in which everything falls into place. Measure A would be reauthorized by the voters. We would not lose excess ERAF or VLF funds. The main jail would operate at the opening capacity of around 320 beds. And inflation would be moderate during that period of time. If all those things were to happen, we would have about a $40 million ongoing annual surplus year to year. The likely scenario is one that assumes that Measure A would not be reauthorized, and hence the funding for Measure A programs would be eliminated from the budget. It also assumes that there would be about a 50% cut in excess ERAF, but we would be able to work out the VLF funding with the state so that that would remain whole. It would assume that we would end up losing probably about $10 million a year in ACA funds rather than break even, and that McGuire capacity would be increased to 576 beds based on demands for space. If all of those things happened, we would be looking at a annual deficit 10 years out of about $30 million, $20 to $30 million. That's not something that's insurmountable in the context of a budget, and certainly one that projects 10 years in the future. There are many, many things that could change that. So it's almost break even if all of those eventualities were to happen. Finally, there's a worst case scenario in which the roof falls in. Measure A is not reauthorized. We lose all excess ERAF and VLF. We lose about $20 million in ACA related funding, so that we're underwater, and that the capacity of the jail would be operated at its maximum capacity of about 760 beds. If all of those things were to happen, we would be looking at a significant annual deficit of about $70 to $80 million a year. So I wanted to give you some context that we're not predicting, obviously, any one of these things, but there are certainly opportunities that are available to the county, but there are also potential obstacles in our path in the next 10 years. I wanted to bring you up to date on criminal justice realignment funding. About 50% of the money to date has gone to our criminal justice departments. About a third has gone to our health and human services agencies, with the remainder going to community grants and set aside for evaluation and reserves. These funds are critical, I believe, in establishing the appropriate best practices and programs to ensure that our jail population remains under control. There are many variables in the jail population, a number of which are completely out of the control of the county and the Board of Supervisors. But to the extent that people that are within the criminal justice system in custody have opportunities for changing their life around, and we're successful in helping at least some of those people do that, we can reduce our ongoing demand for bed capacity, which of course reduces our costs. We do know that length of stay is increasing as we continue to get 1170H sentences that continue to take up a greater portion of the jail. And I would note that electronic home monitoring certainly remains an option that is not to date fully utilized. With respect to the Maple Street Corrections Center, the project is on time and on budget. We're just about finished driving the foundation piles. I believe we'll be finished in about a week or 10 days. And then the next stage, which is the foundation work, and then later this fall, steel coming out of the ground, so it will be very visible to everyone, the progress being maintained on the site. As you know, this project will relieve overcrowding in the overall jail system, as well as replace a very old and out-of-date and dilapidated facility that presently houses women prisoners. It will also, importantly, provide the critical space needed for future programming of inmates within the criminal justice system. With respect to the Affordable Care Act, it's certainly the most significant change in the healthcare system in this country that we've seen since Medicare in over 50 years. It affects almost 50,000 residents. It will significantly expand Medi-Cal coverage, and I want to congratulate Health Services and Human Services for the great work that they've done so far in signing people up that qualify for Medi-Cal coverage. But we know that the San Mateo Medical Center will continue to provide for substantial uninsured care at that facility, probably with less funds than we have received from the state and the federal government in the future. And that certainly, as I mentioned earlier, continues to be of concern to us. Also, of course, the question is where will the newly insured patients under ACA receive care? Will they come to the medical center and its system of outpatient clinics, or will they seek care elsewhere? That will have a major financial impact on the ability of the system to continue functioning, and we will, of course, provide the board with updates on that as that information becomes clear after January 1st. With respect to our capital needs, these budgets for the next 2 years begin the process of rebuilding. First, our IT infrastructure, network upgrades, the radio system, criminal justice integration, which we will be presenting to you on October 1st, the payroll system, which the board approved last Tuesday, the property tax system, which is still under review, but we hope later this year to bring you a proposal with respect to the replacement of that system, web design, which is well underway, and of course the open government, open data policies. We continue to be aggressive in the need to replace legacy systems that are certainly at the end of life. And it's critical for the county in order to maintain our service levels and to function in the new technology cloud environment in some cases, to have these upgrades in place. And it's also critical, I believe, for us to better engage the public in communicating with them regarding their needs, regarding their viewpoints as to how we conduct the policy setting process and provide services, and also to provide them with more opportunities simply for self-help so that they could do more things themselves by having a more robust technology system available to them. With respect to infrastructure, certainly the most significant project on our agenda is the Maple Street Correctional Center, which I've talked about. Housing projects, which were mentioned earlier from the one-time bounce back RDA funds. We are also adding substantially to our improvement of the utility roads and airports through approximately $16 million in additional capital improvements. The board has before it for Measure A about $3 million in new projects in the parks to begin rebuilding the park system, as well as the Devil Slide project of $1.6 million. New fire stations at Skylonda and Pescadero. Our Skylonda was in the budget last year, and Pescadero this year. Numerous small health projects, and of course the Cordilleras project sitting on the horizon, which is a major $50 million project, and I'm sure we'll be talking more about that this week. And facility maintenance projects, again, the catch-up type of projects that we've deferred for too long that are simply needed in our buildings. With respect to the Agile organization, there are several pilot projects contemplated. We are in negotiations with our unions with respect to the implementation of the concept of the Agile organization, and we are very hopeful that we will be able to bring an agreement to the board in the near future. With respect to September revisions, our fund balance ended up about $24 million higher than we anticipated. And the September revisions, although they're adding 7 positions, actually reduced the original recommended budget by about $3.5 million for fiscal year 14. And of course, adding Measure A projects for the coming fiscal year of $51.5 million and 44 new positions. Some of the September revisions, the county office building, space planning and retrofit at 455, $6 million. Health realignment, there's a slight decrease. Payroll system, we've talked about. Capital projects, we think it's critical, and you'll hear more about this in the Public Works budget, with the amount of additional project funding that we're recommending, that we increase the capacity in Public Works in order to get those projects out on time and within budget. And so there's a proposal to add $600,000 to assist in that regard, sheriff's grant, contract positions, and other adjustments. As you can see, I think this is a very interesting chart. If you look at the blue portion of the chart, no surprise to the board, for the last 5 years, we have substantially spent down our reserves in the general fund. And beginning in fiscal year 14 and 15, we begin to rebuild those reserves. The reserves were certainly very helpful in us weathering the Great Recession. And now is time to begin to build the reserves up again, so that the next time we run into an economic emergency, we will again have reserves that will help cushion us through the difficult times. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your insight, direction, and guidance and commitment to the county. I think the Measure A process this year that the board really designed and spent many hours with has something that has really brought forth, I think, an array of proposals that really represent the best in the county and are very strategic in nature and meet the long-term needs of our citizens. I want to thank all the employees of the county for their commitment to the county and for the difficult times and sacrifices they've made during the past 5 years. Hopefully, as we look forward, we can begin to assist those employees and begin to take a look at our total compensation packages to make sure that we remain competitive in the marketplace and pay a fair and competitive wage to all those who work for San Mateo County. I want to thank Jim Sacco and his outstanding staff for the many hours that they put in on this budget. I think the document before you not only is a great departure, as I said earlier, from what we've done in the past, but represents really a lot of work and a lot of thought in order to present these very difficult and complex financial documents in a way that I think is understandable and helps set the policy agenda for the board. So with that, Mr. President, members of the board, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, our first department, I believe, is the Ag Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Maltby. Are any questions? There being none, of the Agriculture Commissioner, Fred Crowder.
Okay.
They're not leaving because of you, Fred. They're just...
I know we had some difficulties with this when I was doing run-throughs earlier, so. The clicker. Oh, thank you. Very good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right.
can.
Good morning, President Horsley, honorable members of the board, County Manager Maltby, Mr. Sacco, and Holland. I'm Fred Crowder, the County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, and thank you for the opportunity to present our budget today for the next 2 years, fiscal year 13-14 and 14-15. I apologize for the lack of photos, but what we're going to lack in visual excitement, we'll make up for with outstanding content, presentation, and brevity.
I'm sure you will.
So let's see if this will work. Very good. Performance, past accomplishments and future goals. Accomplishments. This last year we received the Green Star Award for our paperless office. We implemented that about 3 years ago, and it's an effort to reduce files, reduce the amount of paper that we use, and to streamline our operation. And we're pleased to have received the award. It's been a very successful program for us, and we're in the process of expanding that to other programs within the department, and the staff have really embraced it. One of the elements of that is the Daily Time program. We send to the state every year about 121 reports, summarizing essentially all of our staff activity and all of the 15 programs that we implement. And so the Daily Time program we adopted from Santa Clara County and modified it for ourselves. And it's been a very good program for increasing our data accuracy and for facilitating the getting the reports in. So field worker safety training. San Mateo County continues to provide pesticide safety training to field workers to ensure that they know what to look for when they're in the field to protect themselves from potential exposures and what to do in the event that they are exposed. This is a very important training, and we've noted that a lot of counties have dropped away from providing it as budget cuts have reduced their staff. So it's important, and we continue to provide it. So staff development and succession planning, we now have 6 staff who have 8 licenses for Deputy Agricultural Commissioner and Deputy Sealers licenses. So 6 Ag Commissioners, or 6 Deputy Commissioners and 6 Sealers, Deputy Sealers, which is good because they can fill the Deputy Director's positions when they open up. We just recently filled one this year, and I am now encouraging them to get their Commissioners and Sealers licenses so that at some point I can start thinking about when I might be able to retire in the future. But that's going to be a while off. So agricultural economic report, we commissioned this report to be done, and it has been completed. We're in the process of doing final review, and I'm looking forward to presenting that to you. Our goals for the future, budget savings and efficiencies, that's always something that's at the forefront of our mind, to continue to identify efficiencies and ways that we can do things better to ensure that the industry and the public get the most for their dollar. The As Fresh as It Gets program has come back around again thanks to Supervisor Horsley's efforts and the agricultural workshop. You know, we want to make sure that that program is a success to promote local agriculture, to promote value-added agriculture, and to provide opportunities for our growers to make just a little bit extra and to stay in business. It can, I mean, these types of programs can make the difference between, you know, them staying in business or not, or going on vacation or not. It kind of depends on their situations. But also to increase the community's awareness of local agriculture and their appreciation and support for local agriculture. The Agricultural Ombudsman, a new program this year that we're working with planning to implement. And we want to ensure that, well, to look at the permitting process that agricultural operators need to go through to ensure that it's not stifling their operation, and to help them get through that process, because it's somewhat onerous. Well, I shouldn't say it's onerous, but it's something that's unique to them, and they don't deal with it very often, and it was identified as being an impediment. So maintain net county costs, that's a goal that we always have in mind, and to continue our pest exclusion and pest prevention programs. Over a decade ago, the California State Legislature authorized or commissioned the Rogers study, and that study was to look at the impacts of invasive species and pests on California's agriculture, its economy overall, and even its communities. The conclusion of that report was that for every dollar spent on pest exclusion, we saved $10 to $14 on pest eradication costs and management costs and other impacts to communities and our ag community. We have SFO here in the county. In that particular airport, we found 25% of the pests that were found on shipments in California last year. So it's an extremely important point of entry, potential point of entry for pests. And so our goal is to continue to be at the airport, inspect shipments, and make sure that pests do not get introduced into San Mateo County and into California. Our 2-year plan. So how will the proposed budget achieve future performance goals? Maintain state subvention. This is something I've discussed in the past. We have a maintenance of effort requirement in order to continue receiving state subvention dollars. And thanks to your support, we have maintained our maintenance of effort, and we've always received our state subvention. And this budget will allow us to do that. So the budget also allows for sufficient funding for our pest prevention and exclusion staffing. I earlier mentioned incoming agricultural shipments at SFO, but we also have outgoing shipments from the South San Francisco produce market, and also our nurseries on the coast. They're sending shipments to Canada, Mexico, other states, and those shipments need to meet the entry requirements for those countries in order for those other destination points for them to move. And our staff work with the community and to ensure that those shipments meet the entry requirements for those destination points, ensuring that our economy for our agricultural community continues. The budget also allows continuation of our weights and measures and consumer protection programs. Last year we inspected and sealed over 10,000 scales, taximeters, gas pumps, commercial devices, and point-of-sale systems. And the weights and measures programs ensure their consumer protection. They ensure that consumers get what they pay for. It also ensures a level playing field for the weights and measures community, those who are using scales, gas pumps, to make sure that the gallon down the street is the same as the gallon up the street. Everybody's using the same pound. Everybody's playing by the same rules. These types of programs promote confidence in the marketplace and also promote a local strong economy. As fresh as it gets in the agricultural ombudsman, the budget provides sufficient funds and resources to implement these programs. And we just signed a contract with the Resource Conservation District to provide the services for the Ag Budsman, and the As Fresh as It Gets is in the RFP process at this time. Major budget issues. These largely reflect our goals on the previous slide. We don't have major budget issues at the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures, I'm pleased to say. But because these are some of our goals, they become issues that I want to speak to still. Federal sequestration is a problem. It's the fact that USDA cannot plan on an annual basis what their budget is going to be prevents them from being able to provide the funding to the various pest prevention agreements that we have with them. These monies are come through the State Department of Food and Agriculture, but they anticipate that the funding will be forthcoming, but the fact that they're not able to have a budget prevents them from being able to commit to it. So this makes it a little bit confusing for us as far as trying to budget our resources, especially on the pest prevention programs. State subvention is omnipresent for all county agriculture departments. We're always keeping an eye on that because failing to take it into account can actually result in a loss of your state subvention. But on the flip side, it can also act as a buffer. If you fall short on your revenues somewhere along the way, those additional net county costs, some of them can be reimbursed through the state subvention program. So maintain level of services. We want to continue to maintain a high level of service and responsiveness, and especially to the agricultural community, the residents, our weights and measure industry, and to our state and federal partners and other county departments. So As Fresh as It Gets an agricultural ombudsman, we want to do our best to ensure that these programs are responsive and successful in achieving the vision and the goals for which the programs were created. So getting down to our numbers here, our proposed budget for fiscal year 13-14, we have $4.8 million in total expenditures, $3.4 million in anticipated revenues, with $1.3 million in net county costs. This proposed budget increases our net county costs and expenditures by about 9%. This largely reflects costs of the Affordable Care Act, benefit increases and commitments, and the As Fresh as It Gets and the agricultural ombudsman positions. That's a hard word to say. The $78,000 reduction in total sources primarily reflects the loss of fund balance that was put back into the general fund by each department for this budget year. It mentions total positions that we have 30 of them. I want to point out that we actually employ 40. We have 10 extra hire positions that we hire that are seasonal every year to help us out at our peak agricultural or peak operational periods. This helps us derive some cost savings and efficiencies, and also makes us a more nimble organization. But when all is said and done, we really have about 36 employees and 4 managers overall within the department. The next year, fiscal year 2014-2015, we're looking at $4.8 million in total expenditures. Again, $3.8 million in anticipated revenues, $1.4 million in net county costs. These numbers largely are the same as the previous year. The little bit of increase in net county cost is essentially a 3% or $47,000 increase, reflecting anticipated changes in benefit costs. This will also be the second year for the As Fresh as It Gets and the agricultural ombudspersons programs, and so the budgeting is already reflected in the previous year for those programs. But what we'll be doing is coming to you at the end of these years to talk about outcomes, present you with data, so we can evaluate the success of those programs and decide on future funding. So that concludes my program. I want to thank you for your attention, and I also want to thank my deputy directors, Ronald Pummer, who just recently retired. This is my last chance to thank Ronald for his excellent service, as well as the newly appointed Corn Whittle, David Lung, and Maria Mastrangelo, especially Maria. She was instrumental in putting our program together, or at least our budget together. So that concludes my overview. Thank you for your time and attention, and if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them at this time.
Supervisor Tessier?
Just, Fred, could you expand a little bit more on what this agricultural ombudsman program is? You know, number of people involved, is it voluntary or is it a cost item? And what exactly do they do or will they do, or your expectation of what they'll do?
What it is different counties have a similar, other counties have a similar program, and it's a position. Some counties have it as an in-house position. We elected, because we're looking at it on a temporary basis, to have it contracted out and to have somebody work with our agricultural producers when they're looking at getting a permit through the county for, you know, whether that's housing or whether it addresses water infrastructure needs, is that this person can work with them to help facilitate getting them through the permitting process, to be knowledgeable concerning the permitting process, what's necessary in order for them to get that permit, what things need to be addressed, and to work with them in order to put that together and to facilitate movement of that through the permitting process. A lot of agricultural producers, they see what's required and they get discouraged, and they just don't even bother with doing the permit, or worse yet, they go ahead and do it without a permit, and there's issues down the road.
And does this have to be someone that's in the agricultural business, or is it a contract with someone that just knows how to do
It's a contract with
entitlements?
it's a contract with somebody who knows about planning and the agricultural community, that is aware of what kind of planning requirements there are for agricultural producers and agricultural operations. And the other thing that we want to look at is, you know, by far and away, most of the issues that our planning department deals with have nothing to do with agriculture. It's a very, very small part of their operation and the permits they issue. And so for them, it's almost a learning experience as well. When they come up to an agricultural operation, they have to go through and figure out what exactly is required, because it's not something that they do on a daily basis. And so this person is somebody who would be knowledgeable, because we have hired somebody who is knowledgeable and can work with planning to facilitate both the planning side and the operator side.
Can I just add that this was actually the highest priority that came out of our agricultural workshop that we did on the coast side. And the RCD has lots of contact with, not only do they deal with resource conservation issues on the coast side, they also work with private and public landowners as well. And so the purpose was actually twofold, not only to work with agricultural producers, but also with Mid-Penn and Post as well, and to look at ways of streamlining our permitting process. So for example, streamlining the process of farm labor housing. So there's lots of things that this can do with not only helping with getting permitting, but also streamlining our process and working with not only of our agricultural producers, but also for agencies like Mid-Peninsula Open Space as well as Post, because there are a number of issues that people have to do with. So for example, if you wanted to do a retention pond, it's extremely complicated for an individual to be able to deal with that. RCD is pretty much used to working in that environment, in the regulatory environment, as well as with agriculture. So I do want to thank Fred for including that in his budget. Any other questions?
One thing I
Yes.
didn't hear was, what was the cost for that particular piece? Is there a specific?
The agricultural ombudsperson will cost $100,000 over a 2-year period. So it'll be $50,000 per year.
Thank you.
Just also talk about the Fresh as It Gets program. That actually, it really extends our buy local program. And so not only do we buy local from commercial, but also for organic farmers as well. Any other?
So is
Supervisor
the
Grimm?
contract with the Resource Conservation District?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And the As Fresh as It Gets program, I didn't speak to that either. That's $40,000 per year. And there's a significant contribution on the part of the agricultural community in the way of school farms, time and effort in educating kids and outreach to the community.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
We need tentative
Do we,
approval? I'll move tentatively to move this budget forward.
We have a second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you very much.
Next is County Library, Anne Marie Despain.
Good morning. Ready
Good morning.
for me? Good morning, President Horsley, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, and members of the executive staff. My name is Anne Marie Despain, and I'm the Director of Library Services. On behalf of the San Mateo County Library JPA, I'm pleased to present the library's recommended budget for fiscal year 2013-14 and fiscal year 2014-15 budgets. I'm also delighted to present our brand new annual report, and I've got copies for all of you. Established in 1912, the San Mateo County Library has a rich history of providing library services to the county and a commitment of excellent public service that endures to this very day. The system's 12 libraries, eBranch, and Bookmobile are embracing new services and technology while staying true to our traditional role as a democratic institution and a provider of equal access. The strategic plan adopted by the governing board is used to guide the development and continuous improvement of library services. The plan includes 4 strategic goals that guide the work that we do. We strive to create destination places that promote a sense of community pride, develop and deliver outstanding collections and services, to raise awareness and increase recognition of the library as an essential community asset, and become a learning organization that continually assesses community needs. I'm proud to report that the library has had another successful year marked by numerous accomplishments. I'd like to just highlight a few. Always striving for creative and innovative ways to better serve our customers. This year, we piloted a new classification system. The new system's called Find It, and it replaces the Dewey Decimal System. It enables the public to easily browse, discover, and find our collections. As the first library in California to implement a word-based classification system, San Mateo County is at the forefront of customer service innovation. A new mobile app enhances the library experience by giving patrons improved access. The custom SMCL app is designed to work seamlessly with the library's growing digital collections and provide for easily check out items and download them to a mobile device. Since its launch in October, the mobile app has had over 500,000 visits. So we're proud of that. Additionally, this year, the library has expanded service through the eBranch and Bookmobile, reaching those customers that either are unable to visit a library or unlikely to visit one of our community libraries. Bookmobile service increased from 3 days a week to 5 days a week. And one of our new eBranch services that we're excited to offer is called Job Scout. This online training resource provides job seekers with employment resources. They can learn how to write a resume and increase their interviewing skills, as well as numerous other services. The library has done a good job of managing available resources while also ensuring no significant reductions during these last challenging years. The fiscal year 2013-14 budget distributes resources and services to meet performance objectives as identified by the library staff, the JPA, and also the community. The budget in fiscal year 2014-15 remains flat and primarily reflects the elimination of one-time activities. 2 Measure A funded initiatives are included in the library's budget. $2 million to support activities associated with building new facilities or remodeling efforts in 4 communities, including Half Moon Bay, Pacifica, East Palo Alto, and North Fair Oaks. A local match of $1 for every $3 is required for use of these funds. This one-time investment will help these communities reach their goal to provide libraries that meet the needs of current and future residents. $328,300 to support the redesign and improvement of summer reading programs by the 32 public libraries throughout the county as part of the Peninsula Library System is included as well. The summer reading proposal includes piloting a new program in communities with low-performing schools in the first fiscal year and then rolling it out countywide in the second. Ultimately, these literacy efforts would decrease summer learning loss and increase children's access to books as well as their interest in reading, which should lead to improved school performance. Representing strong alignment with the library strategic plan, the following additional priorities have been identified. To provide patrons with the full breadth of our evolving digital revolution, the library will increase digital collections. To foster a culture of curiosity and innovation, the library will provide programs and physical spaces for all ages to promote learning through play and hands-on learning. To increase support of the library, we will continue to cultivate opportunities for increased involvement and advocacy. And finally, to better understand and tailor library services to community needs, the library will identify demographic characteristics, behaviors, values of users and non-users this year through a data gathering project. The county library is recognized as one of the nation's top libraries based on use of services. Named a 4-star library for the 5th consecutive year by Library Journal, San Mateo County Library ranks 17th nationwide and 3rd in California among peer libraries. This national publication examines several measures, including circulation, which you see here, library visits, and you see both physical and virtual visits, as well as library programming. Being ranked as one of the best public libraries in the country serves as a demonstration of staff's commitment and dedication, as well as the value that our communities place on libraries. In conclusion, the county library is committed to ensuring high-quality, innovative library services and looks forward to implementing the activities funded in the recommended budget. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank both the Library JPA Governing Board and Operations Committee for their guidance. I'd also like to thank the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Peggy Jensen, for their continued support. And finally, I'd like to thank library staff, in particular Pam Deal, our Financial Services Manager, for putting all the hard work into the budget. The staff every year provide tremendous amount of input, but moreover, really the work they do every day is what makes our library shine. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Groom?
I'd just like to say that I represent the Board of Supervisors on the Library JPA, and I am continually impressed by the creativity and the innovation that goes on, especially in the e-book world and the digital world. I think you see some of a lot of libraries are losing their visits, but ours is pretty much staying even, and the new programs in each of the libraries just continue to attract people, and it's really a wonderful library system.
Thank you. It really has reinvented itself, so thank you. Any other Supervisor Tessier?
Just a comment, I think at one of our last board meetings, I had brought up the issue of Daly City looking at doing a feasibility study on the Serramonte Library. At this point, we haven't received a letter. They are still discussing it, and hopefully we'll see something in the future. And also today, South San Francisco had asked for some additional funding. What I'd like to do is, obviously this is a separate budget because it's the county library system, but I'd like us either when we talk about Measure A or have a separate discussion on dollars for some of our libraries outside of our system, because if you look at some of the requests, they really come from underserved areas. And I think in order for us to do that, to be fair to all the cities, we really need to talk about whether or not that's, one, the right thing to do, and two, if it is, what is the criteria? And I mean, I could certainly see a nexus, especially what I heard from South San Francisco, that would be an area that we should look at. But also I want us to think about, a lot of the things we talked about when we do things with others is to do some matching funds. And so whether it happens in this budget cycle or a Measure A discussion later this week, I would like to have that discussion at some point so we can give some idea to others as to what we would be willing to do in the future. So I know it's not part of this county JPA budget here, but I would like to have that discussion.
Supervisor Pine?
I would definitely support that idea. I think we did hear from South City and about some of their needs, and we all have an interest in serving the underserved communities. The difficult part is once the county gets kind of beyond its its geographies and starts moving into the cities themselves. How do you kind of sort out what's a city responsibility versus the counties? But I agree with Supervisor Tissier that it's worthy of some further some study.
Well, I think the other comment I'd like to make is we talk so much in the recent past on education, after-school programs, and we talk about making
Yes.
sure these children can
It
read
goes
by the time
together
they
with
get to
that.
third grade. So I think there's a big nexus there, and the question is who, where, what, and how. And I think that discussion needs to take place.
And also, I think we've researched a memo about after-school programs, which often are library-based. So I know that's something that is kind of something that we all want to keep in mind as a possible place for investment. But I think they all kind of come together.
Supervisor Slocum, you look like you have some comments?
Thank you. First of all, Anne Marie, thank you for the amazing job that you and your team do. I continue to be impressed by your work. Thank you. Couple of quick questions. I'm just wanting to know, if you don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you have a number for the quantity of ebooks that are in the holdings in the library system?
I don't have that right off the top of my head, but I can find out.
That's good, thank you. And then I'm just curious if there are any programs that you know of, and maybe we do it, where digital readers that would allow kids to read books on an iPad, for instance. Are there any programs where kids can check those things out, or?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. We're implementing that program this year. So there's funding in place, as Supervisor Groom knows, being on the board. We will be purchasing iPads. A couple of our libraries right now circulate e-readers for adults, but we're looking at particularly purchasing iPads because there are such, wonderful early literacy apps, and we'll be circulating those. And using those in story time and helping parents kind of figure out their way through that technology. But yes, that's a program that we're launching at all of the libraries in this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Any other comment? Okay. Well, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ms. Despain. And that was for information only, so it doesn't take any action on our part. The next is Public Safety Communication. Jamie Young? Oh, Sue.
Good morning, President Horsley, honorable members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Sacco. I am not Jamie Young.
We noticed. Yes.
I am Sue Anderson, the Interim Assistant Director for Public Safety Communications. And in the spirit of succession planning and an unavoidable conflict in our schedule, Jamie can't be here today. So I am happy to present Public Safety Communications to your budget. And figure out how to work this. Public Safety Communications has been extraordinarily busy in the many areas of the department, including the development of a plan of which we believe addresses contemporary trends in the industry and focuses on maintaining exceptional service delivery to the public. The first fiscal year increases our budget by $831,263, or by 12%, and addresses key areas of development for the department. First, $492,000 has been added to salary and benefits with your approval, adding an additional element of supervision to the dispatch center. A lead communications dispatcher is proposed here, which once recruited for would be an additional resource for dispatch staff seeking guidance, intervention, and resolutions to day-to-day issues that arise. The focus of the shift supervisor can then shift from day-to-day issues to evaluating staff performance, coach in needed areas of development, and positions them to achieve high performance goals and objectives. These positions would be funded by Prop 172 monies and potentially offset in later years by reduction of overtime. In September of 2012, the department reorganized our reporting structure to address priority needs by which departmental project management of the proposed new public safety facility, the eventual replacement of the computer-aided dispatch system, and succession planning. After 1 year, we see many successes with the reorganization. We continue to evaluate the effectiveness of some of the challenged areas of the program management and have been working with human resources on possible options. Part of the funding increases in salary and benefits includes the temporary work out of class salary adjustments and incentives, as well as increases to retirement contributions and health benefit costs. Some of these costs are offset by the increase of revenue from contract agencies and decrease in some of the service and supplies. In the last 2 years, Public Safety Communications was able to contain overtime costs and funding them either by adjustments in the department budget or use of reserves. At the end of fiscal year 2012-13, Public Safety Communications depleted department reserves and has assumed an over expenditure in overtime due to employee turnover, medical leaves, and authorized work restrictions. With the recent positive economic outlook as compared with years past, the public safety industry once again is experiencing transiency in the workforce. Over the past 2 years, turnover can be attributed to geographical relocation, retirements, career changes, and lifestyle changes. Public Safety Communications has experienced those and performance-related separations, all of which generate mandatory backfill of positions which achieved by existing staff working a lot of overtime. Lastly, we're grateful to the County Manager's Office for providing funding for physical improvements to the dispatch center. With an impending departure from the basement of this building in 3 to 4 years, expenditures will be limited to those items, for instance, workstations and chairs that can be brought to the new facility when it's ready. We anticipate for fiscal year 14-15 to be less financially eventful as we continue to net increases in revenue that help offset requirements and decrease our bottom line. We anticipate a slight decrease in overtime expenditures as we anticipate our 6 new recruits to fully impact the schedule by July of 2014 and another 5 to be fully trained by that next December. With the help of human resources, Public Safety Communications is implementing a new recruitment and selection process in order to stabilize our existing staff deficits and to better prepare for future open positions. This fiscal year, Public Safety Communications is prepared to make needed technology replacements in our network switch and replace traditional servers with virtual technology. So for the department performance, since 2005, Public Safety Communications proudly reports that we have remained accredited in the provision of emergency medical dispatch and have outperformed most of our colleagues in protocol compliance measures. We continue to be the only center in the state of California providing protocol call-taking instructions to 911 callers in need of law enforcement services. As a part of the quality program, we measure our compliance, and while within the standards set by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch, we're still not within the range to apply for accreditation in the law enforcement call taking. 15 plus years of experience in managing public safety technology, our very own system supervisor registered San Mateo County in the Apple Application Development Program. Robert Bastiki, a known self-starter, put his skills to work and created an app that enabled the PSC CAD to be on iPhone, iPad devices. His innovation will save public safety agencies thousands of dollars per device, as they can now replace ruggedized laptops and installation with simple wireless iPads and cradles to their first response vehicles. And I know Chief Dalbert there is right on board with us with that. PSC continues to render high ratings from our 911 and public safety customers. This is especially meaningful as existing staff are managing more workload with less people. Even with short staffing, the 911 staff continues to provide reliable, efficient, and accurate service, as demonstrated in the recent large-scale incidents that have occurred in this county. Critical incident communications and management of phone and radio load is always a challenge, but even more so with reduced staffing levels. Through the challenges of staffing and training, I'm happy to report that recent meetings with our staff have increased the level of employee engagement within the department. For example, recent labor management meetings have resulted in positive working agreements that will have positive impact on decisions regarding staffing, training, and supervision. We continue our meetings and anticipate more progress in this area. Our department plans are to participate in the new building project, improve existing environment for our employees, hire, select, and train and retain employees, finalize consolidation discussions with some interested parties, and partner with the Department of Justice to integrate real-time crime software. So on behalf of Public Safety Communications, I'd like to thank you for your continued support. And if you have any questions, I will do my very best to answer them with my Michael and Michael backup team here.
Great job. Any questions, Supervisor Pine?
Yes, thanks for your presentation. Could you talk a little bit more about these potential consolidations? I think I read that you are either concluding an agreement or working with Daly City to do a dispatch with them. And, you know, with our new facility coming online in a couple of years, it seems like an opportunity to take another look at whether or not some of the cities might want us to provide that service, which we do for many cities today. But I know that's something that, you know, is not easily done necessarily. So I'd be just if you give a little update on your thoughts on that.
Okay. Yes, we are currently working with the City of Daly City in regards to providing dispatch services for them. The talks are going back and forth. We were waiting for the best way to provide the costs to them with regaining, you know, trying to not help me out here with the right words, Michael. The
Recapturing all of our costs.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. And every year around budget time, we always get a lot of cities that contact us for bids. So
Yeah.
Daly City right now is the most active.
And how many cities do we handle now of the 20? Do we do dispatch for? You know, for I guess public safety dispatch.
Okay. Well, we had Half Moon Bay and Millbrae already as a part of our staff,
course,
and then
yeah.
when they consolidated into the sheriff's office. So we currently dispatch for the area of Broadmoor, Half Moon Bay, Millbrae, all the sheriff's office, City of San Carlos, and East Palo Alto.
Okay. And
Portola Valley and Woodside. I kind of consider them part of the sheriff's office area.
Supervisor Tessier?
Just a quick question. When you have your total positions for 12, 13, 54, yet you said that 7 left, 2 remain as extra help. Is that 54 after these individuals left or 54 before they left?
We're currently at 54 budgeted positions.
Got it, but not
But
necessarily
not
bodies.
filled positions, correct.
Okay,
And
so
with the
when-
new 4 positions, it'll be up to 58.
Okay, so when you talked about hiring, you're probably going to be hiring 8 to 10, is that roughly?
Correct. We just hired, we hired 6 for this current academy, which gets out the end of September. October 15th, we've hired another 5 will start. And our continuous recruitment has just opened with the hopes of our next recruitment of gleaming 10. So far, we've been pretty lucky in the recruitment aspect of actually being able to get that kind of applicant out of one pool.
So when you do the recruitment, though, if you had all those, that's another 21 positions. You don't really have 21 positions available. Are you recruiting, hoping out of that 10 that you'll take just a couple? Is that what you're talking about?
Generally, we've been given a 4-position overhire because of the transition and the time frame that it takes to actually train a dispatcher to work a console.
Okay, thank you.
Well, just one quick question. Is San Mateo actually built a larger dispatch center as well? And no one can compare it to the efficiency, effectiveness, and wonderfulness of your center. And I know that from personal experience. Have they do they do contract with anybody else
The city of San Mateo contracts with Brisbane. Brisbane left our center and went to San Mateo a number of years ago.
Okay. Supervisor Pine?
I just need two other questions. So you lost the seven staff last year. Could you elaborate a little bit more about? It seems like a pretty high number of people. Is there anything in particular that was happening that might help us understand?
One got married and her husband was in the military and moved to Italy.
Oh.
One became a police officer. One went out on maternity leave and decided to not come back full time. A couple were due to employee actions.
Okay. And I don't know if it's the right place to ask, but maybe to the county manager, could you give us a little update on the facility plan for the new dispatch center? Or whoever might address that.
I believe we're going to be starting shortly with our preliminary design. Perhaps Jim Porter could come up and tell us exactly where we are.
Thank you. Through the president, today, actually over the next 3 days, you'll be approving the budgets to get that project going. So we're lining up, we've already got architects on board, and I'm giving a sneak preview of my budget presentation, but we're also hiring in-house staff to get ready for this. So we're waiting essentially for the money to be approved, and then we're lined up to get the project going.
And what's groundbreaking anticipated? Do you have a groundbreaking date? Roughly?
You know, I don't have that with me. This is a pretty major project, and there's a parking garage likely associated with it.
Okay.
So I think what we will do is get an architect on board, get a schedule together, and then present that to your board so that you're updated on all these projects. There's several major large projects that the board needs to be advised of on a regular basis, and we plan on doing that.
And the unknown in this project, which could complicate it, I'm not saying that it would, is it involves some discussions with the Office of the Courts regarding trade-offs for parking. And those tend to get complicated.
We have bike share now.
I'll be happy to inform him of that, Supervisor.
I think I'd send Dave with that message.
Sue, are you gonna detach somebody to work with Public Works on this project? I would assume you'd want to have somebody with who knows how you'd like the facility to actually look and work.
Yeah, basically with the succession planning that I was speaking about, Jamie will actually become more the project manager for working with them for the building, and I'll take over the day-to-day operations in the dispatch center.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Hey, you did a great job for
Thank you.
representing.
Sorry for stuttering.
You did a great job. So, thanks very much.
Great,
Now,
thank you.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move this forward for approval at the end of the week.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Next is structural fire services. Scott Jalbert, Fire Chief. Oh, Peggy Jensen. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Sacco. My name is Peggy Jensen. I'm Deputy County Manager for Community Services. As you know, the Community Services Group oversees the county fire contract, so I will be presenting the budget for CSA 1 and also for county fire. But here with me today is Chief Delbert, and he will be able to answer any specific questions you have about the fire services CAL FIRE provides for us. So let's start with County Service Area number 1. Back in 1955, County Service Area 1 was created in the Highlands Baywood Park area to provide fire protection service. The County Service Area contracted with CAL FIRE for the provision of 1 fire engine and associated staff. In 1966, the service area contracted with the county sheriff to also provide additional police protection services for that community. These services are funded through property taxes provided by the CSA and also a supplemental parcel tax of $65 a year. In terms of the budget for County Service Area 1, what you can see is that this is a balanced budget, that all the revenues provided by the CSA cover all the costs associated with this. But there's one thing I'd like to point out on this chart. You'll see that the percent change between 1213 and 1314 is 18.5%. That number includes actually two important components. The actual increase in cost is only 3.1% to cover the COLA and the CAL FIRE contract. The balance of those funds, about $620,000, is actually an increase in fund balance. It's year-end money that wasn't spent that's been added to the total dollars available for this fund. So the cost of services are really only going up 3.1%. For 1415, there's just slight anticipated increases in costs for the sheriff's services. And that concludes my presentation on CSA 1. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? Or Scott, did you want to make any comments? Or
Well, I guess first I'd like to introduce myself and say hi. Since I'm your county fire chief, and it's my first time in front of the board, we're very fortunate to have the relationship we do with CSA 1 and the Highlands folks and the board. We appreciate the support of the program, and everything is good there.
Supervisor Pine?
Yeah, I would point out, as the chief knows, that you are very well liked in the Highlands community.
Yes.
Any other? No, well, I just want to make just a couple of comments about staffing for fire service. In the last budget hearing or hearings we had later in June, I talked about 4 positions. One was a mechanic position, which is in the budget, and the other was a part-time office assistant, so that Chief Jalbert isn't filling out paperwork. But the 2 positions that I asked to be added did not get into the budget. One was a battalion chief for ALS, which is Advanced Life Support, and the other was a captain for training. You could see that the number of people in fire service, and our specifically county fire, has declined over the years by about 8 to 10 positions. And so I think those 2 positions are really important, especially important training and the advanced life support. So I'd like to add those 2 positions to the budget.
President Horsley, if I may, those positions are part of our county fire budget, and what we were just talking about was the CSA 1 budget, which is separate and distinct. So with your permission, I'd like to talk a little bit about the county fire budget, and then we can certainly, you board can certainly discuss those 2 additional positions.
Okay.
So the mission of county fire is to provide fire protection and emergency response to the unincorporated areas of the county that are not included in an existing fire district. And those services provided by county fire include paramedics, fire prevention and fire investigation, incident command, community emergency response team support, and they also support 2 or 1 fire explorer scouting unit. In terms of budget for county fire for 1314, what you'll see is we're proposing a balanced budget. We've been able to add the cost of the COLA for county fire plus the 2 positions that you mentioned, the heavy equipment mechanic, and the part-time office assistant, because of increased revenues in this district. What we did not include are those two positions that you mentioned, because that would require increasing the county general fund contribution to county fire, which is currently $1.4 million. For 1415, we're assuming that the budget will be substantially flat, although we may have to come back to you for slight increases based upon what the state does around their COLAs for county fire or for CAL FIRE. In addition, County Manager John Maltby mentioned that we are going to be using some Measure A funds and also some capital project funds to improve our infrastructure. CAL FIRE provides the staffing for county fire, but the county owns and maintains our 4 fire stations and also all the fire apparatus that CAL FIRE operates for us. For Measure A, we are proposing a vehicle replacement fund that was presented to your board in the spring. There's a significant, actually the average age of our equipment is about 15 years. We have some equipment that's over 25 years old. Chief Jalbert and his staff are finalizing and we'll probably have for us this week a vehicle replacement plan. We'd like to see $2 million in Measure A funds going toward this vehicle replacement plan in 13-14 and $1.5 million in 14-15. Additionally, in Measure A funds, we're proposing money for the replacement of the Pescadero Fire Station, a total of $6 million spread over 2 years. And finally, County Manager Maltby also mentioned that we've also included funds for the Skylonda Barracks replacement, a total of $4 million spread over 2 years. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If there's anything you'd like to add, Chief? No?
Scott?
To go back on your question in regards to the two positions that were brought up, we did make a request for those two positions, for the ALS coordinator position and also the training captain position. Those positions are pretty important in regards to the operations, the safety, and protecting the liability of the county. The paramedic coordinator position is vital because that position provides training and oversight to our paramedics that are assigned to our fire engines that respond to emergency incidents. They have to make sure that there's certain accreditations that are completed and so forth. The training captain position is also vital too in regards to making sure that our line personnel, not only just on the medical side, but on the suppression side and on the rescue side, are trained adequately and maintain their certain skills, along with supporting our volunteer programs. In the last few years, we've seen a reduction, as you mentioned, into our staff, and the current staff has been holding on and taking care of these types of responsibilities while online, and that's pretty much maxed out the capacity of our online folks. So some things aren't getting accomplished, and some things could be done better. One of them, the key thing, is supporting our volunteers and making sure that they have the training support that they need.
I see Justin Sheaf and Jim Sullivan. Did you guys want to make a comment on that? Justin? Yes, and Jim?
Filled out a comment speaker card there. I didn't know if it was going to come up or not. Again, just supporting Scott Jalbert in the request and thanking you guys for bringing this up. But the positions, as he mentioned, are very important to us and the success of our program, in the coming years. Also adding the station replacements, there are $6 million allocated for Pescadero Station. Our initial findings are it's going to be closer to $8 million, and we just want to make sure that it's adequately funded. A placeholder, not necessarily using that entire amount, but make sure that we have the available funds to do so. And same with Skylonda Station 58. It appears that it was also going to be close to $8 million, and from what I'm understanding, potential for having to find relocation spots for these facilities and acquiring land and such. So just wanted to ask for your request to set a placeholder, an accurate amount. Highlands Station was not included, but that will be a future request, and just so it would maybe be on the horizon for you guys. That's our headquarters station, if you will, for San Mateo County Fire. A lot of the training takes place there and such. And with the equipment and apparatus, I believe that we're going to just continue to request that placeholder of 1.5 in future years. Until Chief Jalbert's replacement plan is complete. So setting that out. And again, those personnel are so important, and it's just the beginning, of our, program here. Like you'd mentioned, we lost about 9 personnel over the last 10, 11 years. And next year, I know Chief Jalbert's really looking forward to getting a division chief back there. So he can have a dedicated fire chief and, replacing some of those line positions on the fire engines. So again, I thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the support.
Thanks, Justin. Jim?
My name is Jim Sullivan. I'm the chief of the Kings Mountain Volunteer Fire Department, and my counterpart from La Honda, Chief Ari DeLay, was unable to attend today. I just wanted to stress the volunteer fire service was kind of born out of the go it alone attitude, and that doesn't work anymore in these days. We need to have a cooperative arrangement, and we have a very good cooperative working relationship with the county fire department. But one of the key things, the volunteers signed in a memorandum of understanding with the San Mateo County a few years back, and one of the key things that we come to the county seeking is training support. And so we strongly need, it's vital for our survival, that we have the training captain position funded so that they can help provide training to our volunteers, and then in turn we can return our service to you and save you costs. The cost savings with the volunteer fire service is far greater than the cost it'll cost you for this training captain position. And additionally, through fundraising, Kings Mountain has now been able to secure funding for their next two pieces of apparatus, so they won't be part of this apparatus request that you'll be getting. Thank you.
I went to your Kings Mountain Art Fair. It was hugely successful. So
more than you could know this year.
It was quite something. Supervisor Pine?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horsley. Just a couple of comments on fire. And I think I've said before, and when I look at the fire function in the county, I think it's very similar to the parks in that it's been a function that I feel that we haven't made investments in. I mean, the stations themselves, they're at long past their useful life. All the three we've talked about here, and the equipment too is essentially at the end of its useful life. And then we made these cutbacks in the years over about staff. So to my mind, this is a group that's taken a hard hit. Now a lot of that is driven by the fact, kind of a policy, the policy notion that we can't, how much of a general fund contribution do we make to fire, and to the extent you want to keep that closer to zero, it kind of forces this tighter budget. I don't think it's realistic that the county fire can be break even just based on the unsecured tax roll and in its other funding streams. So I'm comfortable having some general fund go towards fire, and I think it's I think the risks, particularly in our rural lands, are really going to grow now with the warming climate and the dense forests we have. And so this is an area where I'm comfortable in, because the only way we can do this is with some general fund contribution. So when I look at the current, kind of the short term, this year, 13-14, I'm supportive of the positions that Supervisor Horsley described. And then I think we have to be really sure we have good numbers for the capital for Pescadero and Skywanda. Then on the longer term, since there's so much to be done in terms of there's more equipment in future years. I don't know if there may be more personnel that are needed in future years. I think it'd really be helpful to get some kind of a longer range plan, because obviously this budget goes to 2 years, but it's going to take us 3, 4, 5, 6 years to really kind of get fire to where it wants to go. So I think it'd be helpful. To put something together so we can take a long-term view, because this first 2 years is just the start. There's a lot more to come.
Ms. Jensen, did you have something, comment you wanted to make?
Two points, if I may, through the president. Just to point out what we're talking about in terms of net county costs or general fund costs. Today, there's a 1.4, included in the proposal budget to you today is a $1.4 million general fund contribution. The two positions that are under discussion would add about another $300,000 to that to increase it to $1.7 million. In terms of long-range planning, I'd like Chief Delberto to talk to you a little bit about what he's preparing for the vehicle replacement plan.
We are in the process of writing a 10-year vehicle replacement plan, which will address all of our apparatus needs in regards to the long term and how we go about using the Measure A funds and how we will replace and when we'll replace those vehicles. On top of that, that vehicle replacement plan is also going to be part of what we're putting together is a 5-year strategic plan for County Fire to demonstrate where County Fire wants to go in regards to its facilities, services provided, and again, there's going to be other components of that.
Supervisor Groom, were you seeking to make a comment?
I have two questions, if I may. Could you explain in the entire county, do we have some sort of training facility now, or how do the other fire departments do their training? Do they share? Are they independent?
A combination of both. The only really training facility that's out there, and we talk about a fireground training facility in South San Francisco, they actually have a tower. A couple other agencies have smaller towers, but they would be pretty much the state of the art. What we've seen throughout the fire service in San Mateo County is that there's this grouping going on. So there's a South Zone training, Central County and North County. So for an example, Redwood City, Woodside, San Carlos is obviously part of that. They've all come together and started doing some training together, and we also participate in that training as well. The Central Group, San Mateo, Millbrae, Foster City, Belmont, all those agencies, and then of course you go to the north end part of the county, same concepts. By doing that, I used to be a training officer for the county, and when I was a training officer for a county, I was the training captain, the position that we're talking about. There were basically 11 of us, and now I think they're down to 6 or 7. And so there's a shared services going on, but those shared services pretty much are at max capacity. And the main reason why we do need our own training officer and we do need our own EMS coordinator, the reason for that is the distance. So for an example, to go out to Pescadero from Redwood City is almost an hour drive, spend 2 hours there, come back. We would be tying up other resources that, again, they're going to be responsible for managing 5 or 6 different agencies.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, how did the Pescadero Fire Station jump from 6 million to 8 million, and the Skylonda from 4 million to 8 million?
Through the President, Supervisor Groom, it hasn't. Our estimates are, with a basic fire station like Cordilleras, those estimates of $6 million are good. Now, if you build a much fancier fire station, you could put in another 2 million or another 4 million.
And if I may add on to Mr. Mulpey's comment, he's correct. In addition to that, there's some possible complications with where the stations are located. So for an example, if we build a fire station in downtown Redwood City, such as Cordilleras, the infrastructure is fairly simple. You get up to the Skylonda area or the Pescadero area, now you're dealing with septic issues, you're dealing with water issues, possible well issues, we're not quite sure on this in regards to Pescadero, is that fall on the Coastal Commission and environmental impact reports or environmental impact issues out there. We have not, and that was Mr. Sheaf's presentation, doing some research. We are working, County Fire is actually working with Public Works, trying to determine, we've not, as County Fire, determined that it is $8 million. We just have concerns. Our stance right now is we don't know. We have some concerns that it's probably going to be more than what we're allocating the funds for.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mulpey.
Supervisor Tessier?
A couple things. One, I'd like to, before we start adding positions, I'd like to see sort of a staffing plan. I'd like to see how it operates currently and whether or not there may be some room within that staffing to accomplish some of this. And the other thing I'd like to see if we were to do something is, could we work more on the shared services side to add some capacity there rather than trying to create a whole new training system with CAL FIRE. And the only reason I say that, and if it turns out that it's necessary, then we take a hard look at it. But what I'm concerned about is sort of the long-term sustainability. In past years, what we've tried to do is minimize the general fund contributions. And if we're already putting in 1.4, if we put in another 300,000, and then, as if the economy goes the other way, we're going to be right back where we started from. We start eliminating again. So I'm not saying I wouldn't support it. What I'm saying is I'd like to know more. I don't see anything here in the budget on numbers and where they're staffed, how they're staffed. So I'm sort of shooting in the dark by saying, sure, go ahead and put those positions in. I'd like to see what currently exists before I am completely comfortable supporting 2 additional positions. So that would be my request. I don't know if we can get something like that between now and Wednesday so that we know what we're dealing with? Thank you.
You know, what I'd like to do is because it's a motion I've made, I'm going to make the motion that we actually add the 2 positions. And if we come up with some other arrangement on Wednesday, I'd be glad to look at that. But tentatively, I'm going to make a motion that we add the 2 positions, both the battalion chief for the ALS and a captain for training.
I can tell you, I'm not going to support that today, so I'm not going to
Okay.
support moving that forward. With that, I have no problem on Wednesday revisiting whether I have something to look at, so I know what I'm really voting on. So just in that note.
It's a suggestion that I move it to Wednesday. So I'll be willing to move it to Wednesday. So when you come back with, but I'll make that motion Wednesday.
So do you want-
After you, yes, Supervisor Slocum?
Supervisor Horsley,
Wait a minute,
generally what,
wait a second, Supervisor Slocum?
No, go ahead.
generally what our practice has
Okay.
been is to have an ad list.
That's right.
And each day we start the ad list, and when we finally finish on Wednesday or Thursday, then we say yay and nay to the ad list.
We can do that.
Okay, so we'll come back on Wednesday before, so yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Slocum?
Chief, I was just wondering, you mentioned the ALS, the battalion chief would be an ALS training position. I'm not sure if I got that right.
Okay.
But they both sounded like training positions, and I'm sure a battalion chief does more than just train. If you could just help me understand that distinction.
Sure. So we're talking about 2 programs. Training is the general program for all firefighters, and then we break that up into the emergency medical services component, which is advanced life support, ALS. So we have paramedics, which are highly trained individuals that require a lot of maintenance in regards to skills and practice and certifications, and it's regulated by the county EMS program. That battalion chief would be responsible for overseeing that program and making sure that we are in compliance and making sure that the paramedics receive all the initial training that we have. On top of that, they also participate with the county JPA program and assist the other 3 JPA EMS supervisors, which at one point in time was actually in the county EMS protocols that CAL FIRE, County Fire, had to maintain an EMS coordinator. So that position would be responsible for that. They would also work with the training captain to make sure that our line personnel, exclusive of the paramedic program, are receiving the required training that they receive. So for an example, skill sets like pumping and driving and hose applications, rescue, cliff rescue, a water rescue program, stuff that we do out on the coast. So that's why those 2 positions are separate. They would also, the battalion chief would also provide supervision battalion chief coverage. So every day, County Fire has 1 battalion chief on duty. To put in perspective, right now today, you're looking at the on-duty battalion chief. Our staff has been cut so much that the fire chief is actually providing the battalion chief coverage today, as I'm at this meeting, hopefully nothing happens, to provide battalion chief coverage. And to put in perspective, law enforcement, it would be like the sheriff actually providing sergeant coverage. And that's what I'm doing today because of the staffing holes that we have. So that battalion chief would also participate in providing battalion coverage to make sure we have adequate supervision on the line.
And you cover more than San Mateo County.
Yeah, so we have a borderless system in the fire service, as you all know. And as an example, some other agencies have eliminated battalion chief positions due to salary savings. And so what's happened is that we cover other areas. So it's the closest resource, closest battalion chief, closest paramedic fire engine. So our battalion chief could be responding in the city of San Carlos, city of Redwood City, city of San Mateo, and they do all the time, and vice versa. So as I stand here, the battalion chief for San Mateo is covering my area right now while I'm at this meeting. So we work together. We do a lot of shared services as it is.
But you don't, I'm saying that you don't necessarily just have San Mateo County. You have other parts of the Bay Area that you're responsible for.
Oh,
as
in
well.
regards to CAL FIRE, the contracts, yeah. So we also, as you may be aware, that we also are the Coastside Fire Protection Fire Department, just like the sheriff's has contracts. In San Mateo, Santa Cruz, the unit for CAL FIRE, so I wear 2 hats. I'm the CAL FIRE Fire Chief, and I'm also the San Mateo County Fire Chief. But we have other contracts. I have 5 departments that I run. I run the Santa Cruz County Fire Department, the San Mateo County Fire Department, the Coastside Fire Protection District, Par Valley Fire Protection District, and then also the CAL FIRE responsibilities. So I have to be the fire chief of 5 agencies.
That's a lot of hats.
It is, and when my staff is a little on the low side, I have to jump in and try to support those functions as well. So I'm a little, I started this job with hair 3 months ago. I don't know.
They're spread very thin. Okay.
Mr. President, could I maybe make a suggestion, and I think Carol made a good point of what we've done in the past, is I'd make a suggestion, we move this forward and put tentatively on an ad list
Okay.
the potential for 2 positions, so that we revisit that piece of it on Wednesday, but let this go forward as it is today, and then we'll come back to the ad. So I'll make a motion to move this forward.
I just, just one other thing, I don't think this affects the budget, but I think it sounds like maybe maybe this is a report back item. I think we often list those too, that maybe report back at the appropriate time as to, the current thinking on the cost of these facilities. It seems to be a little bit of a bid and ask there, and I don't think we can make that judgment today.
Okay, do we have a second on Supervisor Tessier's motion?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. May I ask one more question?
Yes.
Chief, when do you think your 10-year vehicle replacement plan and your 5-year strategic plan will be finished?
The vehicle replacement plan will be done this week. We're just waiting for some final numbers. It's comprehensive. The 5-year strategic plan, we're just getting on board with trying to write that. Once staff has a little more time, I can get them engaged.
I mean, I think those are documents that we should be looking at too as we start doing long-term planning.
So should I put that on the report back list?
Yeah.
That I'm keeping?
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to thank everybody for their support and appreciate, I know it's been tough times, and we appreciate the support of County Fire and CAL FIRE. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Jalbert, and thanks, Justin and Jim Smith as well. Next is Department of Parks, Jim Nantel.
President Horsley, honorable members of the board, Misters Maltby, Holland, and Sacco. I'm Jim Nantel, the interim county parks director, have been in the position for the last 4 months. Would like to thank Mr. Maltby and the board for the opportunity to return from the dark side to the light side, from that management to the operation of an outstanding Department of Parks. I would like to tell you that I am very impressed with the dedicated and committed and passionate staff that you have in the San Mateo County Parks. I would also observe that it's a very lean management team. There's myself and 2 other managers, Gary Lockman and Scott Lombardi in the back. And if you don't mind, I'd like to call my posse forward and have them sit up here just in case I need their help along the way. I do want to thank the board for the decision you made last spring in May of this year to move forward in the recreation of the County Parks Department. And again, as I said, the opportunity to serve in this role. As you can see by the picture before you, I asked the question, wouldn't you really rather be sitting there today than where you are right now? Certainly that's why I'm delighted to be back in the light side, being able to work on these kinds of fabulous facilities, and every now and then in this role be able to visit them is a great opportunity. And this is just one example of the beautiful resources we have in the 17,000 acres of county parkland. To try then to move to the significant change this year in the funding for parks, you can see a 47% increase. Mr. Maltby, that's the first time I've said that in my life, I think, as a manager, to see that kind of an increase in resources. That is primarily all coming from Measure A. And $3.5 million of that is for the capital improvement programs that we have not been able to fund. Over the last 5 years, the general fund has not been able to really support in any significant way capital improvement for the parks. We also have $1 million in the additional staffing positions, which includes 4 new rangers, 2 for Devil Slides, and 2 to help augment for the reductions that we've had to make in recent years. The director's position. And as 2 members of the board know, we are excited. John will be able to announce in the not too distant future an appointment of a new permanent county parks director, much younger and better looking than I. In addition, we have a full-time secretary position, and for the first time in probably 30 years, we will have a natural resources manager position that the board directed us to go forward and start actually recruiting for last May. So we are in the middle of doing that now. In addition, we'll be transferring some accounts receivable and office specialists who handle reservations who are currently have been in the Public Works Department will be transferred and are included now in the budget for parks. But if you take a look at this document, you'll see that if you other than the Measure A contributions, the general fund contribution from the county has essentially gone down a fraction. It's $7,000 less than it was in the current fiscal year. Oops. Then if you take a look at the second of this two-year budget, you'll see that that 47% increase now equates to a 44% reduction, because in the second year of this two-year budget, we are not including any capital funding at this time that we would expect to be revisited when the new director comes aboard and is able to develop the strategic implementation plan. So $2 million of investment in the first year of into the marina capital improvement programs is not included in the next year, as the $3.5 million from Measure A is not included. So that really is in essence what the reduction consists of in that second year. Let me move to the accomplishments that have been achieved in the last year. As the board knows, you approved a 5-year strategic plan last spring. In addition, consistent with the Agile Workforce Initiative, we have increased the volunteer hours by 12%. Also, we've embarked on what we would hope to see a continuing year of marketing program, and this year was the year of Edgewood. Next year it'll be the 90th anniversary, I believe it is, of Memorial Park. So we'll be focusing this year on Memorial Park in terms of our marketing. Another accomplishment this year, a significant undertaking, was the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve was designated as a marine protected area. And that really does increase the level of protection for those the marine life there. Today, under the new protection level, you really are not allowed to take or and actually touch the marine wildlife. In the years past, people were coming in and actually taking out marine wildlife. This higher level of protection really would hopefully preserve and reinstate to a higher level the kind of marine wildlife that we've had there in the past. So this is a significant undertaking in terms of bringing all the different agencies who have regulations around marine wildlife to get it coordinated and consistent in terms of how we can elevate the level of protection there. We also have been able to reduce in some way the backlog of capital projects. This year we had 5 capital projects were completed, which includes the Memorial Park Utility Bridge and the California Coastal Trail at Fitzgerald Marine Reserve was completed. In addition, we have completed the plans and specs for another 5 projects that are underway now or will be very shortly underway in this current fiscal year. In the area of grants, we've been able to accomplish the acquisition of $2.3 million in grant funds, 2 grants of over $500,000 for Crystal Springs south of Highway 92 Regional Trail. In addition, we have 2 grants for a total of $900,000 for the Coyote Point Promenade project, which is under construction right now. Another effort in the last half of this past fiscal year was to look at how we could enhance the partnership with our friends organizations. The reduction in resources has really placed a burden on our ability to be able to work as cooperatively and as closely as we have in the past, and we've been making headways in the last 6 months to try to make more and frequent contacts to develop a stronger partnership with those friends. As the board knows, we rely heavily on the friends for particularly the program part of what we do in our county parks. And finally, we have a significant fire fuel load reduction, I should say. As the board knows, you've taken a look at what's been happening up in Yosemite and other areas. All of this fire fuel that is unaddressed in our parks throughout the state, whether it's county parks, state parks, or whatever. This is an example. The board last year gave us $75,000 to be able to try to reduce some of this fire load. This is in Pescadero Park. We were able to leverage that $75,000 to get another $90,000 from CAL FIRE to be able to do this work. And so it's a start of enormous need that we have in our parks as well as other parks. Moving to the department goals, you'll see that we obviously would like to complete the recreation of the standalone Parks Department. We'll be improving our volunteer management program. We have just acquired and implemented the new software volunteer management program. It will allow us, along with this agile workforce initiative, to be able to better track, and we'll be able to shift that actually to the volunteer groups rather than it all coming in paper and our staff having to spend time today to enter this stuff. The new software will allow that to shift to the volunteer groups to actually input that themselves. And of course, that information helps us in terms of providing the base, a database that we need to be able to share with the grant organizations that we apply to be able to show how we leverage the kinds of resources in our volunteers. It also will allow the different agencies, our friends and others, to be able to schedule their volunteers online on this software. So that's another accomplishment this year. A goal for next year. We're looking to improve service levels and the visitor services. The 2 new rangers that you have reinstated for our use throughout our system, as well as the 2 new rangers that will be available to work in the Devil Slide area. We are also working to reopen a Flood Park ball field, which has been down for the last 2 years, and as you all know, there's great demand on those kinds of facilities, so we're anxious to get that back and up and running. The board, as I mentioned, provided a natural resource manager, which will allow us to be able to focus on the preservation and protection of our resources and to work in cooperation with those in the field, trying to make sure that we minimize any impact of the way we operate on those valuable natural resources. We would hope to improve the berth occupancy rate at the marina. We are constructing Dock 29 right now, which will give us additional berthing space, and that alone should be able to generate an additional $10,000 a month in revenue at the marina. And of course, the board knows that we're looking to open Devil Slide very quickly in the next couple of months, at least partially, and then completely by March of 2014. And there's a shot of Devil Slide as you see it today. And Devil Slide, as hopefully you will see it by March of 2014. You can see in the distance there's horse riders as well as bicyclists, people with their dogs on leash. Hopefully that'll continue to be the case. So that's an exciting, long-awaited improvement. In terms of the 2-year plan, we would enhance to the resource management, as I indicated. We will be working with the Natural Resources Coalition. You may know there's a number of nonprofits and volunteer groups to help us to protect and revitalize our endangered plants. That will be taking place in the 2nd year as well. We'll conduct studies. We would hope to be able to take a look at possibly contracting out as a way to maybe more efficiently provide services at the Sheriff's Honor Camp, in terms of a camp facility there, the Coyote Point Marina, and the Memorial Park in terms of the large amount of camping that we provide for there, and take a look at whether there are other options that may make that a more efficient operation. We will also be working with the county manager's office, who has engaged a consultant to develop marketing plans. So this year we'll be working with them to implement a marketing plan, an increased marketing plan for our parks. And then finally, an important one that often goes unaddressed or invisible to the public is trying to increase our ability to make our parklands more accessible to the public who suffer from the limitations of wheelchairs and the like. And so we're going to go back and revisit that plan. We've been working on implementing one, but we really need to go back and take a look at the whole plan to see if there's additions that we need to make to that. Let me just move to the there it is, Measure A. Let me quickly cover what's included and being funded from Measure A. As I indicated, we will be reopening 5 closed park facilities. That's the Flood Park ball field, the tennis courts, the Homestead Flat Youth Camp in Memorial Park, the Ed Pachoco Day Camp, and the Toyon Shower buildings. All of those are going to be, because of the increased funding from Measure A, will be available for the public now. We also have the board has given us $700,000 to do about 50 different park infrastructure repairs. They don't reach the level of capital improvements, but they're significant improvements to our operation with that $700,000. We very much want to express our appreciation for that. The staffing for Devil's Slide, we talked about. In terms of we have $19 million in capital improvement projects, or 19 additional projects. That includes bike trails of about $1 million in different bike and hiking trails, plus $1.5 million in facility improvements that will be invested as part of those 19 projects next year. Finally, let me talk a little bit about the Agile workforce project pilot that we are involved in. Of the 200,000 hours of resources that are invested in our parks annually, over half of those come from the Agile, that's the non-full-time resources. That's extra help, that's contractors, volunteers, shared services, and self-help. So we really think that the Park Department is an outstanding example of how one moves forward and how we have been taking advantage of this concept of other resources to be able to do the work rather than relying totally on full-time staff. We also will be looking at, if you take a look at our efforts this year in the pilot program, we're looking at possibly being able to shift more to self-help through our reservation system enhancements, as well as some self-pay and registration at the parks. So as you come into our parks, as you know, today we have what we call the Iron Rangers. If you've been to our parks a lot during the week, you know that we really we are unable to enforce that. So we'd like to be able to put in some technology in the gates that allow people to pay as they arrive with charge cards and the like, as a way to hopefully increase the revenue from our participants and customers. So that's two examples of our self-help initiative that are part of the Agile workforce effort. We have been successful this year with some interns that did some great work for us in terms of marketing, graphic artists, research and special projects, with so many departments take advantage of, and we would hope to continue to do that under the Agile workforce initiative this year as well. Here's an example of our student conservation group that was Agile workforce that was involved at Quarry Park this last year. And as you can see, they're again in a beautiful park facility that the board has continued to support, and we appreciate your commitment to increase that support this year. Let me thank Mr. Gary Lockman, who is the superintendent of administrative services. He's the one that really put all the effort in the budget this year. I really appreciate all that he has done. I also want to thank our public works staff, Jim Porter and his staff with Mike Wentworth and Deanna Haskell. Deanna was Gary's right hand in helping get the budget put together. We appreciate their continued support as we transition from our relationship with them to a standalone department. We're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Board President, if you like.
Any questions? Supervisor Pine?
Mr. Nantel, could you just talk, there's been some effort with the Parks Foundation. Maybe you could update the board on that, and I had some thoughts on that as well.
Julia Bott, who is the executive director for the Parks Foundation, and Mary DeLong are in the audience, and they have been working with myself as we kind of take a look at, certainly as Supervisor Pine and President Don Horsley know, you've been so involved in that strategic plan in the last year. And you really appreciate the difference between what we are able to fund today and what we need to fund. And certainly the board has really stepped up in what you can contribute, and we've been talking with Julia and her board members about, can we even ask them to step up their game as a way to be able to help us even raise more money from the foundation. The foundation does an excellent job. We've taken a look at comparing them to the East Bay Regional and the Sonoma County Parks Foundation, and when you take away the in-kind support from East Bay, our foundation does an even better job. They for every dollar they spend, they generate over $4 in contributions or donations to our county parks. But we've been talking to them, can we even step that up this year? And Julia is not quite as old as I am, but she is at a point where she's beginning to think about, should she retire? And so one of the things, in fact, we just had a meeting on Friday with President Horsley and Supervisor Pine with members of the board to talk about how do we transition going forward, and how do we make sure that we can put together the kind of support that's necessary to even enhance the success of the foundation in terms of the money they're able to raise for our parks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, on that note about the Parks Foundation, it's incredibly exciting what's happening with parks. This presentation is really wonderful, and the investments we're making and the commitment that we've all made to kind of turn our parks around, and that momentum is also going to help the Park Foundation. A strong department, success builds success. But I would like to add or suggest and put on the items to be considered later a proposal to add some one-time funding to the Park Foundation to do the following things. It appears that Julia Bach in the foundation could really benefit from having a staff person to do more of the kind of day-to-day work and let Julia get out and do more fundraising. Not clear if that's full time or half time. There's some big fundraising opportunities coming up with Devil's Slide in particular, and maybe also with Memorial Park, where some extra funds could help us kind of put together some plans or get some extra resources to try to drive some really significant funding for that. And then in general, the notion of what I've learned, of course, is the foundation does a lot of marketing with a fundraising emphasis. So potentially some funds could go in that area. So taking these three things together, I was thinking that like a one-time $100K allocation for consideration by the board.
Supervisor Tessier?
Just a quick question, Jim, regarding on the budget and its positions. I see 9. When I look under the budget itself, and I'm missing a position somewhere, I see 7 positions through Measure A. Looks like an additional one through our general fund. I'm missing a position here.
Essentially, the 7 positions from Measure A, and then we transferred the accounts receivable from Public Works as well as the reservation person.
Got it.
That takes it to 9.
Great, thank you.
I have a question.
Supervisor Slocum?
Yes, could you just give a little more in-depth update on the flood park situation and what's going on there? You mentioned tennis courts and ball field.
Gary, can you quickly summarize the stuff that's included in the capital for flood? I know it's the ball field. I know that we are talking about the tennis court. We're also talking about a new playground surfacing, redoing the surfacing of the playground. We're hopeful that we may actually be able to make improvements to that playground as well. Is there anything else? Is that the 3? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to make a motion, Supervisor Pine?
Actually, one final comment, if I might. I know that with the out year 14-15, we're basically not appropriating funds for that year, waiting for the arrival of the Parks Director. But one number I always keep in my mind, I think that I learned from David Holland, is that we probably need about a $12 million in the Parks Foundation in the parks. And if you combine Measure A today with the budget in the budget book, we're around 10 and a half. So again, the number is not going to be included for 14-15 in this budget action, but we will have a new director, and just for the order of magnitude, it seems to me that we should be kind of getting into that $12 million range. But that's for another day, and otherwise I will, move this forward and add my item to the later consideration list.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just a quick comment at that. Thanks, Jim. But we were all surprised at how effective our foundation actually has been in comparison with Sonoma, East Bay Regional. We thought that they might be doing better. In fact, they are not. They may have a larger budget, but most of it is put in by either another government agency. But their actual fundraising is nowhere near as good as ours. So our foundation has actually done a rather good job. Thanks, Jim, and thanks, Julia.
Carol's got a comment.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute to remind us and kind of celebrate the fact of where we were 12, 18 months ago. thank you very much to Jim and Jim Porter and the Public Works staff, and to Jim Nantel for joining us, and to Gary and to Scott. But where we were, and now with this budget and the Devil's Slide Park opening and the anniversary of Memorial Park, I was out at Coyote Point a couple weeks ago and walked through some of the renovations, and I mean, it's just amazing. We were kind of down in the mouth of 18 months ago, and now we're back building and adding positions, and I think it's just a tribute to, again, all of the folks who've been working on parks for the last couple of years.
I'd like to take a break now. I'd say come back in 5 minutes, but nobody comes back for 10, so let's take a 10-minute break.
Can you make it go up at all?
You want to try, you want to be up, you want to, oh, you like this back though?
say something.
We'll get started in a minute. Next time, say 20 minutes. Can we get started again? So, okay, we're all back. Okay, we're back. Mr. Porter, Public Works.
Thank you, President Horsley, members of the board, Mr. Holland, Maltby, and Mr. Sacco. It's my pleasure to present the Department of Public Works two-year budget for the upcoming years. Public Works is basically the design, construction, and maintenance arm of the county. We take care of the publicly owned infrastructure, be it buildings, airports, roads, got a lot of things, sewer, water, the whole thing. We do that through 4 divisions. We have a facilities division that handles our office structures, jails, and hospitals. We have a engineering and resource protection group that does most of this general civil engineering for roads, bridges, retaining walls. They also manage the utility districts and water districts and lighting districts that we oversee. We also have Recycle Works in that group that does solid waste work, and we run a lot of our energy programs through that section as well. Then we have airports and administration. We have 2 general aviation airports here at the county, Half Moon Bay and San Carlos. That is overseen by that group, and they also handle all of our contracts and process debt service for the county. Then we have roads division. That is composed of our roads maintenance workers. They take care of the county roads. They also take care of the county fleet and our heavy equipment. So that group is involved in anything involved with roads. Let's see, I think that pretty much covers it. So let me start into our budget here. Last year we had quite a few projects that we were working on that were completed. I just want to point out a few of them. One is actually ongoing right now, and that's the Smart Corridors project. That's the project that we're working on with CCAG to provide construction management, to provide an intelligent corridor up and down the peninsula so that when Highway 101 experiences a closure, there will be signage and an ability to control traffic signals to ease the burden on the local roads when that traffic comes off that road, off of 101. We also have the Mindigo Creek Bridge project that we recently completed. That was a scour repair project and a retaining wall project out on the coast side. Mr. Nantel mentioned in the Parks presentation the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve project. That was done through the Public Works Department, and we're happy to report that the project was a success to provide ADA access and complete a segment of the coastal trail. We also completed the Crime Lab retro commissioning project, and that's basically a project to make sure that all the building systems are talking together and working at an optimum level so as we will decrease our energy consumption in that building. In terms of general budget, our overall budget is going to grow by about $20 million, and that's primarily due to capital projects. You'll see on the next slide that's going to be reduced significantly, but those are one-time projects that we'll be doing in the upcoming fiscal year. Our net county cost will be increased by $82,000, and that is primarily to pay for facilities that we maintain that don't pay rent. So the courthouse, the child care center, the expo center, there's a few facilities that the county subsidizes their maintenance, and that line item basically covers that cost. In terms of positions, we're holding our positions steady at 291. Now, I'll talk a little bit about project delivery. We're doing that through a reduction in some positions and an increase in other positions. So we are decreasing some positions related to some maintenance activities, and we're increasing our project management and engineering staff to get some projects, to get more projects completed during the fiscal year. So as you can see in the 14-15 fiscal year, we'll be reducing our budget by about $40 million. And again, that is anticipation of delivering a lot of large projects over the next year. The department faces many challenges that will affect the budget coming up, and I just wanted to point out a few of them. Stormwater regulatory compliance is becoming extremely time-intensive and costly for us. We have an area of special biological significance in the ocean near the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve that has required us to do a lot of studies, a lot of minor pilot construction projects, and a lot of work with regulatory agencies to try to reduce the pollutants that go into that water body. We did receive a $2.3 million state grant to do that work, but as we move forward, that grant will run out, and we're going to need another funding source to be able to continue that work. Permitting is quite an issue for us. We deal in sensitive environmental areas, and there's about 7 agencies that we deal with regularly. And unfortunately, a lot of times the conditions that these agencies put on us conflict. So we do a lot of work with agencies trying to make sure that we can get a window for construction to get this work done, and that we make sure that while we're working that we take care of the environment in terms of making sure that if we disturb the environment, we mitigate appropriately and that we protect the endangered species. The Solid Waste Fund is a fund that I've been talking about for several years now. That fund used to have a funding source up until 2010. We were collecting a cost per ton on waste that went to Ox Mountain. That agreement with Ox has expired. So although the franchised areas that we manage for garbage collection are self-funding and we're able to fund staff through that, we do have some other needs that will be coming up when that fund is depleted that we will need to figure out a way to fund. And those really are maintenance of 2 closed landfills, one in Half Moon Bay and one in Pescadero. We have to maintain and monitor those landfills over the long term, as well as the Pescadero Transfer Station. That's an area where the residents on the South County coast bring their waste and then it's hauled up to Ox Mountain. We're currently subsidizing that operation to keep the cost manageable, and we're working to increase rates there so that it is essentially self-funding. But we haven't quite got there yet, and that's decreasing our solid waste fund balance. In facility services, we're constantly trying to keep the costs of our services down. We're doing that through a variety of capital projects to improve system operations within those buildings, which will reduce energy costs, which is one of the main drivers of cost for facility operations. We're also implementing the recommendations in the facility master plan. I'll talk about that a little bit further in the capital portion. But if you occupy less facilities, your overall facilities costs are going to be less. So we're trying to work to maximize the use of our space and thereby reduce costs in that manner. With fleet services, we've had some issues with keeping up with the pace of gasoline prices. As you know, over the past few years, gas prices have gone up significantly. So in an effort to try to keep our fleet costs down, we're evaluating the size of our fleet, and we're doing that through an SMC Saves grant, but also looking at the types of vehicles that we have and the replacement schedules that we're on to make sure that the fleet that we have is very fuel efficient, if not not dependent on gas, like electric vehicles, but also that it be the right size. And our sewer and water districts are the final challenge I'd like to talk about. We operate 10 very small, well, with the exception of North Fair Oaks, 10 small sewer districts and 2 small water districts. And it is very hard to operate those districts with the regulatory issues that we're facing and have a rate structure that is not horrendously expensive. So we're working with the cities to try to allow them to take over services of these districts where we can. Obviously on the coast side for the water districts, there are no cities out there to provide that service. But we're constantly working to try to decrease our costs in these districts and thereby try to make the cost of the ratepayers as minimal as possible. I would like to point out on the water districts, we have had in-house certified water system operators that have since retired. So in looking at the agile workforce concept, we're actually starting to contract out those services, and we've done so in our water districts right now, and we'll continue to look at those opportunities where they make sense. It's actually very cost effective for us to contract out the water systems, and that cost savings is passed on to the ratepayers. In terms of future projects, we've got a lot going on, and a lot of it's going on right now because we're in mid-September. The Ramona Road retaining wall project is nearing completion. That'll be done by the end of the month. That is the project where the county declared an emergency so that we could mobilize forces quickly up there and build a retaining wall. That is nearly complete. Our crews are out doing the chip seal project right now. They're out on the south coast getting that work done. Crystal Spring County Sanitary District improvements will be kicking off over the winter, springtime. That is to do in-district projects, so within the actual sanitary district itself. That's about a $1.6 million contract that we'll be looking at awarding in the upcoming months. And then finally, the Camp Glenwood improvement project. This has been an ongoing project. We've been working on this for a couple of years now, but we're just finalizing the renovations to the building structures themselves. And we'll be finishing off the project by completing some ADA improvements on the pathways between buildings and also within the parking lot area. Mr. Nantel mentioned several of the parks projects. On the major parks projects, those are constructed through the Public Works Department. As Jim mentioned, the Devil Slide Trail project will be open by March 30th. The design is, if it's not complete, it's pretty darn close to being complete. And we'll get those improvements constructed over the winter time so that it's ready for the March 30th opening. Dock 29 replacement is in process now. That is going to be beneficial to the Parks Department because we're replacing a dock for the larger boats that then will provide slips for those boats and generate income for the marina. So that's a project that's going to help out the Parks Department, and we're looking forward to getting that done this winter. And finally, the Alpine Road Pedestrian Trail Improvement Project. This was a project that the board approved about a year ago. We're currently in the comment period for the environmental review process. So that is out right now. And just to refresh your memory, that project involves replacing the trail along Alpine Road through Ladera and Weekend Acres to the width that it is currently, and also doing slope repairs on 3 locations on the creek that are currently eating into that trail. So once we get the EIR process completed, we will be going out to construction documents on that whole project. So in 14-15, we have several projects coming up. We'll be reconstructing roads out in the West Menlo area of the county. This next project is one of the more cool projects, I have to say. We're going to be putting a bridge on top of the Crystal Springs Dam. So we had a bridge there up until a couple years ago. It might have been 3 years ago. SFPUC came in. We actually demolished the bridge. the PUC raised the parapet wall on top of that dam by about 9 feet to increase capacity of the Crystal Springs Reservoir. They've completed their work, but they're using what we would use for a laydown area right now for some of their other projects in that area. We were hoping to get the dam reconstruction going, or excuse me, the bridge reconstruction going this year, but we don't have a place for our contractor. So we will wait until next summer when SFPUC is out of the area and come back and put that bridge back. And that's about an 18-month project. That's a pretty major project. Alpine Road slide repair, that is a soil nailing project on the upper portion of Alpine Road where it's not very wide. It's about 12 feet wide up there, and the slope drops off to a creek. It's close to 100 feet down. There's been some sloughing on that wall, so we'll come in and do a soil nailing project to buttress the side of the wall that holds the road up. We're also doing some pedestrian improvements on Semicircular Road in the North Fair Oaks area. That's basically a sidewalk widening project to help school children navigate that area. Project delivery. This is a big topic for the Public Works Department. As you can see from our budget, we have quite a few capital projects coming up, and I'll talk further about capital projects later. And we wanted to make sure that the department was in a position to deliver those projects. So what we have done to basically get ready for this is we've already expanded our on-call consulting services. We've been to your board several times with contracts to hire architects, engineers, biologists, and a bevy of consultants to help us get our work done. We're also fully utilizing job order contracting for minor and some major work within our buildings. That allows us to enter into these job order contracts and then issue individual job order contracts to the contractor, and it saves us several months of not having to go to the board on each individual project. So that keeps us going. We're also staffing up. As part of the Agile Workforce pilot program, we'll be hiring 3 new project managers in the capital projects unit. Now, they're going to be assigned to the major projects that I'll discuss during the capital projects presentation. But these folks are going to get the major building projects done, as well as take care of some of the backlog in the current CAP program. On the engineering side of the house, we had 2 vacant positions that we filled. In fact, I met one of the engineers this morning. He's come on board. We'll have another engineer on board to be able to deliver more projects on that side. As I mentioned earlier, Parks has quite a few projects coming up, and we're taking care of the major projects. So these engineers will allow us to essentially deliver more projects. We've also retained an additional biologist. I've mentioned some of the regulatory issues that we've been facing. We've had 2 staff biologists, and 1 biologist is almost primarily dedicated to the ASBS, the Area of Special Biological Significance. What that has done to us is slowed down our engineering and our road projects because we simply didn't have a biologist to get the preliminary work done for our construction projects in terms of environmental clearance. So by bringing on this additional biologist, this person's assigned exclusively to roads and engineering. So that'll help us get some more projects done that way. And as you can see, we've got a performance goal on the facility side of having 80% of our assets have a satisfactory facility condition index rating by the end of 2014-15. Now what that means basically is if you have we call it FICUS, F-C-I-S. If you have a FICUS rating of 95%, or conversely, if there's less than 5% identified deficiencies in the building, then that's a satisfactory condition for that building. So we're going to do a lot of maintenance work on our existing facilities as well as the new building type work to bring these buildings back into the condition that we'd like to see. Facilities gets its own slide here because facilities is going to see a lot of attention at this point. As you're aware, we've completed a facilities master plan, which looked at really maximizing the use of space and performing improvements on our existing structures to not only enable more employees to occupy that space, but to make sure that the building systems that are operating in those facilities are energy efficient because, as I said earlier, a bulk of our cost for operating these facilities is spent on energy. So if we can reduce that cost, then the departments will see an overall benefit in their, what we call the rent charge. We've also come to your board with an energy master plan that your board has approved. In that plan, it recommends several system upgrades and some energy generation improvement projects that we'll be implementing over the next couple of years. So when you add all that up, we're hoping to see a levelizing of our facility operating costs. But I think, as was mentioned earlier in Mr. Malpe's presentation, we took a pause for several years from really doing major capital in these buildings. And there is a major need to do some improvements to get them up to an operating condition that we like to see. So that is coming over the next 2 years. Finally, as part of the Measure A process, your board is considering a bicycle and pedestrian coordinator. That position actually will be assigned to CCAG, but with the exception of the executive director and the secretary, CCAG employees are actually housed in the Public Works Department's budget. So it's on our slideshow because if this position is approved and the county does fund a portion of this position, it will be housed on our essentially books in the Public Works Department. And that position is really meant to be a countywide coordinator to make sure that the cities are, and the county itself, is taking advantage of all of the grant opportunities that are available for bicycle and pedestrian projects, and that the cities and the county coordinate in their projects. So again, that slide is there because that will be housed in our department. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions? I have a couple of questions. One has to do with, we talked about sewer systems, trying to get the cities to take them over, but you know, one of the things that we would like to do and LAFCO would like to do is have a lot of these pockets taken over by the cities. I'll give you an example like Kensington Square in Redwood City, completely small little islands completely surrounded by the city of Redwood City. So when we're doing these utilities projects, do we do them to the same standard that the cities have? And I mean, because I understand one of the reasons that cities don't take those areas over is because they say that there's too much infrastructure that they have to pay for or cover. So is that accurate or?
President Horsley, when we design projects in our district, they're designed to industry standards. And those are the standards that the cities are using as well. In the case of sewers, sewers can be a large liability. And frankly, some cities don't want to take on that excess liability. There are benefits to the cities of taking on districts, though. For instance, in the case of our Crystal Springs County Sanitary District, there's a wide variety of downstream improvements that need to be done, and there's a partnership between our district, Hillsborough, and San Mateo to get those done. If San Mateo were to take over the Crystal Springs district in terms of maintenance and operations, it would be one less player to have to work with on any sort of joint project. But also, I mentioned earlier in my presentation, these districts don't have a lot of connections, and it's very tough to generate revenue to get these very expensive projects done. So in order to levelize rates, there truly is an economy of scale. So if you were to run these smaller districts into these larger city systems, our district ratepayers will see a huge advantage in that because they become part of a larger pool. The trick is getting your infrastructure in a condition that the cities would be willing to take, and that's truly an industry standard. But also working with the cities to work through the issues that we all have in terms of the liability that comes with operating a sewer district and a water district, because things can go wrong, and they're typically unpleasant things.
Not good. Well, at least if we can, when we work on these things, if we can get them to city standards, that then hopefully maybe we could get some of these pockets annexed into the city. I got two other questions, or actually two report backs. One has to do with mowing, because most of it obviously is in my district, and you're on 4-57, it really says the increased use of mowers has accelerated equipment replacement costs, and finally, the potential regional regulations of fine dust may preclude the department from being able to execute large-scale mowing program in the future. So, I know one of the things that happens with weeds alongside the roadways, it's two things. It's first of all, it hinders sight for motorists, and the other is that it does cause a quicker deterioration in the roads. So I'd like to know, is there, at least on a report back, what could we do in the event that we're not able to continue with mowing? Is there something, I mean, I don't know if do we do something with the apron of the road that would be different? Do we have different kinds of plants that preclude weeds? So I'd like to have a report back on what we're going to do in the event that happens. And the others on financial challenges, and you talk about, and I know that stormwater is becoming more and more of a problem. It's not just for public works, it's also for planning as well as parks, so it's really kind of a cross-department problem. And it's, of course, an unfunded mandate, so I'd like a report back on, I guess we've already had a couple of citations from the Regional Water Control Board, and what are we going to do in terms of funding those in the future? What kind of grant opportunities do we have? I know we have the area of special biological significance, if that's what they call it, over on the coast side. So I'd like to have a report back on what we can expect in the future, what kind of funding is available, and how we're going to coordinate the work between the various departments that have responsibility for those.
Certainly. Supervisor Horsley, just to address one of the issues on the notice of violations is what we were issued by the regional board. As part of this year's budget, the county manager's office will be taking a coordination role amongst the departments, the larger departments that are affected by the municipal regional permit, the annual reporting that we do. And those departments are Public Works, Planning and Building, and Environmental Health. So through Peggy Jensen's oversight, there will be coordination of those departments. Some of the notice of violations that we received really had to do with kind of the global packaging and oversight of the annual report that we submit to the state. So we believe that through Ms. Jensen's leadership, those NOVs should cease.
And I know that this NPDES, and I know that this it's not just the county, it's also the CCAG is also looking for potential funding for that as well. So,
yes, they
okay.
are.
Yes, Supervisor Pine.
Let's take one comment, one question. I just wanted to commend you for this use of the on-call engineering contracts. I mean, I think seems like you've had a lot of success with getting the projects, keeping the projects moving by having that in place, and sounds like you have more than enough coming down the pipe next year. And then my question was, and I'm not sure if you would know this, have we started the recruitment process for the bike coordinator yet, or is that, I guess that's a CCAG effort?
My able staff has told me, no, we haven't started that recruitment process yet. I think they were waiting to make sure that all the funding was in place.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And now, again, it's Mr. Porter for capital projects.
Thank you, President Horsley, members of the board, executive staff. You're in for a treat. This is going to be good.
I'm sure we are.
So capital projects. This is going to be where a great deal of my focus and the department's focus will be focused over the next 2 years. We're doing something a little bit different considering the large amount of capital that's coming through. Capital projects, the entirety of capital projects had been housed in our facilities division. We're doing a little bit of a reorganization so that our facilities division will continue to do maintenance-related projects, which we call FICUS projects, Facility Condition Index projects. The major capital projects have been broken out into a separate group that will include delivery of those major capital projects, as well as space planning. So I talked a bit about the facility master plan and the need and desire to maximize the use of these buildings. We want to put greater emphasis on that as we move forward so that the concepts of that master plan are implemented. And the CAP projects groups, they're the ones that build these buildings and do the renovations. So it made sense to have them together. I think the grander plan is to have very good coordination between our capital projects unit and the real property unit who manages the private property. So that if a department calls and they need a place to go, be it private property or public property, we're going to be involved and we're going to make sure that they're in space that meets their needs and meets the standards of the master plan. So as I mentioned, that separate unit has been broken off. That reports directly to me. So I'll be deeply involved in delivery of the capital projects program as we move forward. Last year we had some real good projects. We did a lot of EECBG projects, the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant projects. Camp Glenwood received a solar thermal upgrade, and that's exactly what it sounds like. You use the sun to heat up water. Also, the Nevin Clinic had their rooftop units replaced. And the reason why that's an energy project is because these old inefficient rooftop units were burning a lot of energy. This clinic is in Daly City. The climate is rather rough. So these systems take a lot of abuse from the climate itself. It's actually gorgeous if you like the fog.
The sun was shining this morning when I left. I just
Awesome,
want you to know.
awesome. So we're going to replace those. We'll get some energy savings. In the McGuire Correctional Facility, we replaced the chiller units, and those are the units that essentially cool the water that work in the HVAC system. And that's a major energy consumer. So by replacing those units with more efficient chillers, you reduce your overall energy costs. We did a similar project in the Hall of Justice, and we've actually seen some major reductions in energy and gas usage as a result of the HVAC system improvements and the system control replacements. The press room remodel, that's kind of a sneak peek into what the new space standards look like and our new furniture selections look like. And I'm sure the board has seen those. It's very attractive, and it actually works well for the employees that are housed in those units. And finally, the bike share. We just completed the bike share out in front of the Hall of Justice. We did that with in-house staff, and we're hoping it's going to be a well-used program. But those are some of the things that we did last year. In terms of capital, you'll see a significant amount of money going into capital next year. The reason why you don't see any positions there is because the positions are actually housed in different budget units. The capital project budget is specifically for projects and not necessarily the personnel that work on them. The personnel that work on those budgets do bill to the projects, and that's how essentially they are reimbursed and we account for their personnel costs. The following year in 14-15, you'll see a pretty major reduction in the budget and capital projects, and that is due to project delivery. As you can see, it's very ambitious. We're looking at $52 million worth of work to be completed. So we are confident that we have a plan in place that will get this work done. There are always hiccups that occur, but right now, based on what we know, we intend on delivering a vast array of projects. Coming up, significant projects include the Skylonda Fire Station. I know the fire chief has talked about that. We also have the Moore renovation project, a project that's near and dear to my heart. That's gone on for several years. We'll get that thing done. We also have the Loop Road Security Improvement Project. This is actually to secure the road that runs along the north side of the Youth Service Center to improve security in that area. SMMC, that's the Medical Center chiller replacement. Keep going back to these building systems. Those will save us money in the long run. MCF is McGuire Correctional Facility. We've got a fire alarm upgrade and a controls upgrade for that facility. So that will, that's a pretty big project coming up. But again, we'll see enhanced safety from the fire alarm system, and the controls upgrade will certainly save money in the long run. In terms of Measure A, the projects that were presented before your board are listed here. The Public Safety Dispatch project, we list $10.25 million in the two-year budget. That's actually closer to a $16 million project over 3 years, and it does not have a parking structure. As Mr. Maltby mentioned, that negotiation with the courts on the parking structure will drive the cost of what we may need to make up in terms of parking. So it's not included at this time because we simply don't know what it's going to look like. Pescadero Fire Station, we've listed it at $6 million. It could be less. With the Pescadero Fire Station, it's currently in a floodplain, and we are currently looking for sites outside of that floodplain to place that fire station, hopefully closer into the town. If we cannot find a site, then we'll need to lift that fire station up above the floodwaters. So the cost of that is going to be dependent upon siting. Mr. Nantel mentioned the parks projects that are coming up. There's quite a few Measure A parks projects that are funded. Not all of them will be done by Public Works. Some of them are smaller projects that they'll do with their own forces, but we'll be doing the larger projects. Cordilleras Mental Health Facility, we have $250,000 planned really for programming to determine what the construction project will look like and what the cost estimates for that may be. So this is essentially seed money to get the project going to determine what that project's going to look like and what it's going to cost us. And finally, sustainability projects. We've got some funds dedicated towards electric vehicle charging stations, as well as air hand dryers in the restroom, similar to what you see at the airport. So these are some pilot projects that we're going to implement through Measure A. In terms of the future, we wanted to give you a snapshot of what we're thinking in the department about what we might come and ask for later. These are several projects that we've been talking about. The animal care shelter project is certainly a project that will be done in the upcoming years. I know that the health system is working with the cities to identify what the program is for that. Once that program is determined, there will be funding dedicated through the cities and the county through the organization that runs that shelter. County Office Building 1 is our oldest facility that is on this, well, the Hall of Justice is clearly a little bit older, but that Hall of Justice is not 100% owned by the county, but County Office Building 1 is. It's very expensive to run that building. It has older systems and it needs a retrofit. What we would suggest is that we go in and we change out all the building systems within that building and implement the space standards. For County Office Building 2, we have a lesser ambitious project, but what we'd like to do is get in there and basically restack those floors and implement the new space standards so that we can get more folks in those buildings and reduce our overall facility cost. The County Center Master Plan update, that $4 million is over a 5-year period, and that's really to refresh the county master plan based upon adding a new public safety communications building, potentially deciding where a parking structure may go if we need it, and determining the outcome of the First American Title Company block, which the county owns right adjacent to the Hall of Justice. We've got a new public health lab planned, and also the county is participating with several other counties on a solar panel initiative. So this is a joint project amongst many counties. They're going out to bid with a certain amount of square footage of solar install, and we've nominated several sites within the county to be candidates for photovoltaic cells. That is the medical center and the airports. Those are two kind of large areas that we could put photovoltaic cells. So those are projects that we're looking at in the future. Whether we participate will be determined by the cost of the installation that this multi-agency group gets from a contractor. So if it's affordable, we'll participate. If not, we will reconsider our options. In terms of performance, we would like to have 95% of our facilities have a sufficient or satisfactory FICUS index rating over the next 5 years. That's fairly ambitious. We think we can do it, but that is our 5-year goal. We'd also like to have 90% of our planned projects completed within the year that it's budgeted. Those get a little tricky because many of these projects are multi-year projects, and as I'd mentioned with the permitting process can drag out from 6 to 12 months. So just getting approvals to do the work has cost us a lot of time. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I don't have a question. I do have a comment, though, and it's a little early to come up with a figure on, but what I would like to do is an add-on to add in the entryway to the South County Clinic. Now, we're going to be having additional discussions, but it's a huge safety issue, and they're looking at moving in November. I know darn well we're not going to have it done by then, but it's something that I think needs to be done, and that we can't wait till Middlefield Road all gets done in coordination with Redwood City, because we're going to have lots and lots of families going there that have never been there before, and if you've seen the intersection there, it's very difficult. So we started the process. We've kind of come to a little bit of a standstill, but I'd like to put sort of a placeholder in Public Works for entry improvements for South County, and continue the discussions and make sure that we come up with something that can be done sooner than later to help with those that are going to be visiting that South County Clinic. So we have a ways to go, I know that, so.
Sure. Through the President, I can give you a bit of an update. We are currently working on that project. It is a very tricky project because there's a railroad line that runs diagonally through that site and right adjacent to that driveway. And it turns out, in order to get a traffic signal constructed in that area, the stop bars or the thresholds for that signal have to be outside of the rail area itself, which makes for a 200-foot wide intersection. But more importantly, the railroads have to approve it, and the engineering company that designs it has to be approved for rail design. So it's become very, there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. So here's what we're going to do. The clinic will be open very soon. There will be, based on our estimates of the usage, probably 4 times more people using that driveway than is now. We'll open up that driveway. Based upon the modeling that's been done, we see that that driveway could stack up mostly in terms of left turns out. But as an interim, open the driveway, let's see if the modeling works. And if it becomes a problem, then we look at kind of interim measures such as right turn out, right turn in. But first, let's see what those actual numbers are, because models are not necessarily perfect. So that's our plan, have short-term goals of looking at it and trying to get through this design process with the railroads, but ultimately installing a signal in there that allows left ins, left out, and everything.
We did also talk about there are some potential improvements to some of those streets that could become one-way, and also the right turn out was a possibility with that as well. I just want to make sure we're moving forward, because my understanding was that the modeling was being held, future modeling was being held up because you didn't have staffing for it. So that was what I was told. So anyway, I just want it to be on the front burner because I think it's a serious safety issue. So I'm going to put that in our ad list. I don't have a figure, but I don't want us to lose sight of it.
You know, I was going to point out in the budget message from our county manager, it talks about the amount of money generated by Measure A, and we will have a fund balance, an unspent balance of about $55 million. And I think Cordilleras really needs to go on a front burner. It's only we've only put $250,000 in that, but I'd like to see us talk about being able to replace that facility. I think the cost you estimate is about $50 million, and between what's left in Measure A and fund balance, yes.
No, I was just going to agree with you. I think that's our preliminary cost estimate is $50 million. What we could do is we could put a placeholder again for your consideration on Wednesday, probably from those 2 sources. I think you'd want to keep some Measure A money for a couple of reasons. One is you don't have Seton budgeted in year 2, and I think the board wanted some flexibility. But between those 2 sources, they certainly, I think, we could arrange for sufficient funding.
Okay. Supervisor Groom?
I want to ask about the restoration of County Office Building 1 and the restacking of County Office Building 2. And I know that you don't have dates on this, but when we were going through our discussions on Circle Star, I mean, there was a lot of comment that the older of the 2 office buildings should be torn down and rebuilt, or it should, at one point there was, let's gut the whole thing and do something on the interior. So, but my impression is that that building needed so much work that it would be kind of not really valuable to put a lot of money into it. So I'm perplexed.
Through the President, we have studied that building extensively. We looked at what it would cost us to tear it down and build a new one, and that was somewhere in the $40 million range. We also looked at what it would take to essentially renovate the building, and that would be gutting the structure, doing some minor seismic upgrades, putting in new building systems, and then placing departments back in that building. And the construction costs on that were in the $15 million range. So based upon that comparison, it made sense to pursue a renovation. And by renovation, we're talking major renovation. I mean, this is literally taking the building down to the slabs and the beams and coming back with a renovated structure. So that allows you to take advantage of the structural skeleton. You don't have to rebuild that, and you don't have to pay for demo costs. And that's why we lean towards the restoration. We still think that's a valuable project. I know at the time when the facility master plan came out, we weren't sure whether we were going to keep COB1 or not, and whether that might have been a potential location for a variety of things. There was a public safety headquarters there. There was several ideas.
Yeah.
So based upon our due diligence in the cost estimating, we felt that the renovation made the most sense.
Through the president to Supervisor Groom, I think there's probably one other thing that needs to be studied before we go forward with that, and we have really tentatively talked about a new administration building on the site just south of us that could potentially include the occupants of Building 1. And I think probably in the course of updating our master plan, that ought to be considered and to see if that makes some sense as well.
I guess the other concern that I have, and I'm not a construction expert, but every time I've ever been involved in a new build or a rebuild, the rebuild has always ended up costing far more than was ever expended, and it was ultimately better to build a new building and have all the new bells and whistles put into that you would want. So I'd really caution us to map this out very carefully.
Can you make the building look better than it looks now? A new skin or something? Supervisor Pine, did you have a question?
I just, on a different point, it's great to see some of the energy savings that you've already achieved. I think you mentioned about $370,000 in some savings. And, we have that so-called SEMP plan, the Strategic Energy Master Plan. And could you just refresh my memory? I know that we'd come up with kind of a clever way to make sure that we kept the pace of that going. I think it was some kind of a revolving fund. But I mean, those things are always, in my mind, a priority because they generate operating savings.
So through the president, Supervisor Pine, the Strategic Energy Master Plan projects are in the CAP program. We had talked about a revolving fund. What ended up happening was they became added to the capital program, so they're actually in there. One large project of note that we're working on right now is the cogeneration facility at San Mateo Medical Center.
Right.
We finally negotiated an agreement that is favorable to both parties, or at least agreeable to both parties. And we'll be bringing that to your board very soon. So that was a big project. We also have a lot of minor projects that we're doing, a lot of system renovations. I think when your board approved the Energy Master Plan, we talked about putting in energy management systems within the buildings.
Right.
That's been done. We're working with PG&E right now to finalize kind of the data transfer between us and them in terms of energy usage. But those projects are there.
Okay.
We can point those out to you, but they're within the capital program.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. I think I'm going to take one more housing and then delay planning and building department till after 1:30. I think we have sandwiches coming in. Oh, you want to keep going then? No. Let's still.
Just said, I think we do have sandwiches coming in for the board.
But okay, let's do housing and then we'll take planning and building after 1:30. Soggy sandwiches, no doubt. Okay, Bill?
Good morning, President Horsley, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Sacco. I'm Bill Lowell. I'm as of about 10 weeks ago, the director of the Department of Housing. And as we start this, I'll say that one thing we talk about sometimes in the department these days is the tale of two cities. We've had so many good things happen within the department and so many great things happening on the local level, which I'll be talking about. At the same time, we've had the sort of disaster, if you will, of the federal budget. And we feel very torn sometimes, but within that context, I would like to present our budget. And on this first slide, I think the main point here is that on the Housing Authority side, we're deleting one vacant position that's not needed at the moment. And also, very importantly, for the first time in some time, there is a net county cost for the Housing and Community Development Division. This is in both years, we'll see it in both years. It is to cover part of a one-time cost this year, and also to help us during a transition period while we figure out in that division how we're going to cope with what's happening with the federal budget. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that as we go on. In the second year, here we go, you can see there's a decrease in the net county cost because of that one-time cost in the first year. Major accomplishments in this past year. We're very pleased that with your support, we have been able to plan and actually received approval from HUD to expand our 5-year rental subsidy program in the Section 8 program from 200 to 700 vouchers. And this is using the Housing Authority's Moving to Work, its MTW waiver authority, to be able to redesign that program so that we've had a very successful model for a number of years where 200 vouchers were a 5-year self-sufficiency program and 100 vouchers are a 3-year homeless program. We now would like to expand that. And as we discussed when we approved the plan this spring, the idea is to increase that number to 700 over the next several years. This is done basically since all our vouchers are outstanding. It's done through turnover. So as vouchers come back to us through a family moving or perhaps a death of a participant, whatever it is, that small number of vouchers, usually about 15 a month, will go into the new program. Also, this past year, we invested approximately $13.8 million of CDBG and home funding, which represents actually a multiple years of that source of funding. There had been some slowness a couple of years ago, and so this past year, a very large amount was spent. Plus, we project-based 332 of our Section 8 vouchers in order to develop 593 new permanently affordable houses in the county. 120 are completed, 473 are under development or construction. Also, we were able on the Housing Authority side to expand our provider-based assistance program. This is the program, again, using our waiver authority where we take housing assistance and work to reach hard-to-reach populations, work with nonprofit organizations who will provide case management. And we started off doing this with CORA for survivors of domestic violence, and then with Service League in reentry, on the reentry side. And this past year, we expanded that on the self-sufficiency side with HIP. First one house, and actually through an amendment in that contract a couple months ago, now 3 houses for HIP housing. Also, there should be music, I think, on this one. There should be a drum roll. Thanks to the Board of Supervisors' action, 13.4, and I think now it's probably, there were small amounts dribble into the trust fund. It's probably closer to $13.6 million was allocated to the Affordable Housing Fund. And this was the former RDA low-mod housing set-aside that came to the county as would-be general fund, but has been allocated by your board to this Affordable Housing Fund. 2 weeks ago, the department issued 2 notices of funding availability, 2 NOFAs, for that money. One is for about $8 million for new affordable multifamily housing, and then the other is for $3 million of shelter, establishment, repairs, acquisition, as well as about $2 million in small site acquisitions. So the large one, the multifamily, is due in about a month, through a competitive process. The other process is over the counter. So each of those actions will be coming back to the board. These are the two completed projects, 636 El Camino in South San Francisco, which was 108 new units. It has 47 vouchers there and several million of CDBG and home funding. And the Willow Apartments in Menlo Park with HIP housing. Those are two that opened recently. Our two-year plan goals are, one, to promote self-sufficiency and additional voucher availability through the implementation of the 5-year vouchers. Basically, we are adding a lot of services to those voucher holders that are available to those voucher holders so that they have that much better chance to complete their educational and other goals and be able to use the voucher to the best extent possible for those 5 years, and then it will go to another family. Right now, as I mentioned, our voucher turnover is about 15 a month in a good month. The needs are overwhelming, and we'd like to, in addition to helping the families more who are currently getting the assistance, we'd like to be able to increase that natural turnover of vouchers. We do also plan to expand the provider-based and the project-based programs, so to reach more special populations, and the project basing is particularly important. I'd say at this point, with the demise of redevelopment, it's actually critical to any new housing being built in the county. And one thing we're pleased about, we're working on the technology side to implement a new form of an open waiting list where using technology, as you know, in the past, the waiting list for Section 8 has been, we usually design it for once every 3 years, and then it takes 5 years to exhaust the list, it seems. And it's open for that 1 week. It often creates a certain amount of panic in the community that's your chance. That's it for several years. There's a lot, last time we did that, there were 23,000 applications in a week. We did a lottery for 3,600 names, and that's taken 5 years to go through that list. What we are going to do, and this will be first in the nation that we know of, we're using technology so that people will be able to constantly, online in various ways, be able to indicate their interest in the waiting list. And from that interest list, we will do actually rather frequent lotteries of 100 names at a time. And people will know, they'll be able to check online if they're on the list and where they are on the list. So that'll be coming up in a few months. And then in this next 2 years, we will be completing the reconstruction of Half Moon Village. Phase 1 will open in January, 45 new units. And phase 2 will then start construction immediately and will open in about 12 months, 14 months after that, and that'll be 115. So this will expand by 100 the number of units of Half Moon Village up to 160. And then we will be using the new Affordable Housing Fund, as I mentioned, to expand and renovate emergency shelter capacity, to make possible 200 to 400 new units of affordable multifamily housing, and to enable the purchase of small site and or buildings for use by special needs population. Finally, on our plan goals, we will be, this is the other side, something that we always need to do, but certainly are having our arms twisted by the federal government on the budget side. We will be accelerating our re-engineering within the Housing Authority, looking at how we do business, using our MTW abilities there to really try to restructure how we do business there. And on the Housing and Community Development side, HCD, to manage more efficiently with the decreasing federal funding level. Major challenges, last page, and they are major. We are, as you know, traditionally 100% federally funded. This year we have a bit of county general funds. But what has happened, as you know, on the federal side is a disaster. In talking with staff about this, we talk about how in any recession, The private sector feels it first and does what they need to do. The state and local is next, government in general, and the federal government, with its unique ability to print money, is usually last. In this case, every time we do scenarios and have a worst case scenario the last 2 years, it has been the worst case. And with sequestration, our Section 8 budget took for this year a $3.6 million hit, and that translates to about 262 families. We had reserves so that we can manage that over time, so we'll be decreasing that through attrition. We do not need to call the vouchers back from folks who are holding those, fortunately. There's been a loss of federal community development funds, and we've lost about $520,000 in administrative funding. And that's what we've been trying to cope with that. We've done all the easy things, and then we've done all the creative things, and now we're really looking at a restructuring and how do we cope with that going forward. And that is my presentation. Thank you, and be glad to take any questions.
Supervisor Adrian Tessier.
Bill, just a quick question. When you mentioned on this now 13.6 money that we had allocated for Affordable Housing Fund, you mentioned NOFA, and you mentioned that you have already put the notice out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that something you just post, or do you actually send it out to nonprofits in the area that have either done work with the county or have done work in the surrounding counties, or how's that work?
It's both. So we post it, and we have an extensive email list from our other annual processes. So the email went out to hundreds of developers and nonprofits. And last Thursday in the department, we held a community information meeting, and quite a few were there. About 60 people came to that, primarily developers and our nonprofits that are looking at acquisitions to answer questions and so on.
And what state of readiness does a developer or nonprofit have to be in to qualify for some of this money?
It depends upon the particular program. In the case of the multifamily development, they have to be in possession of site control, and they have to already have plans, not in place. They wouldn't have to be through the entitlement process, but plans that have been discussed with the local jurisdiction. So those really will be ready to go together with when they can put together the other funding sources. And by this money being available, they will be in an excellent position to get tax credits at the state level. For the shelters and for small site acquisition, we're working more one-on-one with those small nonprofits around that. So it's, in that case, we are looking for readiness as one of our top criteria, but we'll work with folks around those.
When you mentioned you had a meeting last Thursday, did you get much feedback? Did you get a lot of people interested in this? I mean, I would hope
Tremendous interest, yes, yeah. There was quite a crew there.
Good, excellent. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. It's excellent.
Supervisor Pine.
Another question on the LMIH funds, the 13.6. Am I remembering correctly that one of the criteria for deciding how to allocate the money is whether or not there's local matching funds? I thought that was an element of the proposal.
It is. Again, it depends on the section, but the big section, the new multifamily, the 8 million, there is a requirement for, it's got to be in a former RDA city or the unincorporated county. And in those cities, there has to be a level of financial cooperation from the locality.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
Move that forward.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Bill. So we'll adjourn until 1:30 and come back for planning and building. Well, we're about to begin this afternoon. I just wanted to take a moment of silence. There were, I think, at least 12 people who were murdered in a Navy Yard shooting in Washington, D.C., and I gathered that there were 3 or 4 suspects. I don't think they've all been apprehended. I think a couple were, as I understand, shot, and maybe 1 or 2 still on the loose. So thoughts, prayers go out to the people in that Navy Yard in Washington, D.C. With that, we will then go to Planning and Building Department. Jim Egemeyer.
Good afternoon, President Horsley, supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Sacco. My name is Jim Egemeyer. I'm the director for the Planning and Building Department. Before we get started today in preparing this particular budget for you, I wanted to first acknowledge 2 of the staff members that were very involved with this, and this is a result of one of our staff retiring at the beginning of this year. And I want to acknowledge the incredible efforts by Heather Hardy and Steve Monowitz from Planning and Building Department in preparing this document for your deliberations today. So with that, I'd like to first begin by a quick summary of our particular budget itself. As you'll notice here, we have a large percentage increase in our total sources, and this is a result of the Measure A funds that you've allocated. And the Planning and Building Department has been the recipient department for those funds for the first 2 years, in which we will be managing a number of projects in regards to the North Fair Oaks area. And also, as you can see, kind of responding to that are the requirements too, also an increase there relative to our previous year's budget. So if we were to essentially take out the $3.4 million associated with this first year's budget, our total sources are only up about $322,000. This is essentially about a 5.9% increase in our total sources, just to give you kind of a perspective on the department. And in turn, our net county cost is also increased relative to our efforts. And then also in the total positions, we've eliminated 2 vacancies and in order to meet our budget obligations here. And those 2 positions, one was a management position, our administrative services manager, and then we also had a graphics specialist, and those are 2 retirements. So we've needed to, in order to meet our obligations, eliminate those 2 positions in our budget. Moving on to the second year, Measure A, this particular year is only a little over $3 million, and so there is a decrease in the total sources associated with the department, and in turn also the requirements. And our net county cost is only going up at 2% to reflect kind of the benefits associated with the positions that we have. And then once again, 46 positions and no net increase or decrease the second year. So to go over a few of our past accomplishments, we've had a recent document for your review that included the Energy Efficiency and Climate Action Plan. And this is in regards to the Clean Air Act as well as State AB 32 and SB 375. And these are kind of the department's efforts that we'll be taking regarding energy efficiencies in the planning aspects as well as building and construction. We've also completed the agritourism guidelines. These are a document that we've prepared for essentially the coast side for increasing tourism, but making it essentially so that no permit is required from the Planning and Building Department for these efforts by private industry out on the coast. We've also amended our county codes and zoning regulations. Recently in January of this particular year, we had our administrative remedies, which was our improvement to our code enforcement and citation process, as well as in November of 2012, we had the North Fair Oaks emergency regulations that we have recently reviewed with our Planning Commission, and we'll be returning to them for some revised zoning regulations out in the North Fair Oaks area. We've also finished our internal draft of the Williamson Act program, and in May we had an outreach and held a public meeting out on the coast in El Granada. And so internally we've completed that document, and we'll be moving forward in the fall time, early winter, with documents for your review on the Williamson Act. And then finally, the Mid-Coast Highway Study and mobility study, another study document that's been completed for improvements out on the coast. Future goals that we intend to pursue include zoning amendments in the North Fair Oaks area and specifically towards the Middlefield Road. You'll be hearing a little bit more about our efforts on Middlefield and in the North Fair Oaks here as we proceed through my slides this afternoon. Also, zoning regulations and our subdivision regulations need updating relative to our housing element that your board approved here at the end of 2011. So we're taking steps towards state compliance regarding our housing element. And also the Princeton Plan Project. We've recently conducted a visioning study out on the coast last week, and so there's going to be some increased efforts relative to our Princeton Plan. And next is also the Highway 1 pedestrian crossings, turning lanes, and medians. We're now moving from a study process into some design development drawings. That'll be the next step associated with that. And then also, we're looking to streamline our permit process for agricultural uses. So looking at our planned agricultural development district, coastal development permit process to improve the ag uses and permitting essentially out there on the coast as well. And then we'll be initiating our 2014 housing element update. So breaking that down into a 2-year program, what we'll be initiating year 1 with will be our Middlefield Road amendments and street design alternatives. As part of that first $3.4 million that you've allocated for that are the design drawings that we'll be initiating for the design standards for the roadways and the sidewalks, the planting areas, and parking along Middlefield Road. Also, as I mentioned, Highway 1 will be moving towards that. Improvement documents. And then the Planning Commission is considering here in a couple of weeks emergency shelter zoning amendments. That was a requirement of our housing element, and we'll be studying that here in a few weeks and then preparing the necessary documents for your board's review soon after. And then also the Princeton visioning and background studies in year 1. And our North Fair Oaks parking study will be completed and sent to the Community Council as well as our Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for those efforts. And then last is an internal effort on our Excel automation. We're currently right now, this is our permit tracking system, and we're in a testing phase right now, and we hope to be going live with that in the next couple of months. And then following up in year 2, other North Fair Oaks zoning amendments, as I mentioned, are an emphasis first on Middlefield Road, but we have a whole series of other zoning amendments relative to the industrial areas, single-family residence, and those efforts will be in year 2. And then we'll be also completing the design road improvements there for the Middlefield Road from 5th down to the Redwood, or north to the Redwood City boundary. And then the Princeton draft land use plan will now be, after we've done our visioning, we'll look forward to completing the land use plan and the zoning amendments so that we can move those to your board and then ultimately to the Coastal Commission. And then last is finalizing a draft 2014 housing element update. So taking all of those aspects into consideration, some of the items that we're faced with relative to our budget include the Excel automation upgrade itself is a very, has been a very long process in which to go live. So we've had a number of staff members involved in a number of aspects associated with that. Also, because of the restructuring within the department, we've had, eliminating 2 vacancies, the redistribution of administrative services internally. Also, the final design for Middlefield Road will also be a budgetary issue because of public involvement process. We happen to understand what we'd like to go to, but involving the public itself is an important part of the process itself. So we need to make sure we're aware of that and those efforts. And once again, the continued community engagement itself over the long term with North Fair Oaks and the Princeton Plan update. And then we're also continuing to look for other sources of income so that we can continue to pursue general plan updates. We've been taking our updates element by element, and as we've been able to obtain funding. So that too will be a constraint, and we'll be pursuing that. And then last is addressing transportation infrastructure issues, those unknown items that might be understood as we get into design of the Middlefield Road corridor, as well as out on Highway 1 as we look to the opportunities and constraints of the Highway 1 corridor in transportation. The Measure A funds that you've allocated, essentially we're going to be for the comprehensive improvements to Middlefield Road, as I mentioned, parking study and the parking strategies as they kind of work in tandem with the improvements associated with Middlefield Road and that particular commercial corridor. Also, the North Fair Oaks community plan process. We had a document associated with the policies, and next it's going to be looking at ways to implement those general plan policies, such as greening the particular area with additional plants, working with the SFPUC in regards to parks, bike improvements, and low impact development standards to minimize stormwater effects into our drainage systems, and as well as school gardens. So, and then the last one is the support efforts in regards to illegal dumping, and then also addressing the neighborhood blight with the North Fair Oaks community. And then the last slide, relative to agile hiring, and our department is looking at, as part of the fund balance this past year, in providing the September revisions, I've allocated a little bit of money for extra help as a part-time planner, and so I wanted to kind of acknowledge that that effort associated with improving our permits in our current planning section, and so that's contained within our budget for some extra help work. So with that, basically concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Tessier?
Jim, it's not really a question. I said the same thing to Public Works. I have added into our add-on column a placeholder for expediting the ingress and egress for the South County Clinic. I think you were here when I said that.
Yeah, I was, yes.
You know, I'm concerned about the unacceptable slow progress that's being made there, and I'm mentioning it to you because it will affect your department as well, because you're integral to this, but I don't believe, and I've had discussions with the county manager and with Jim Porter, that we really need to not wait for North Fair Oaks Middlefield Road, that we have to do something sooner than later. It's a safety issue for our pedestrians and for autos. And, you know, this clinic is going to open in November. Clearly, it won't be done by then, but I don't think we can wait till the design is done in 14, 15, and who knows when the rest of it will be done. So that'll probably add a little more to your plate, but I think it's something that we clearly need.
Oh, I share your concerns, yeah. Look forward to working with Jim Porter and his staff relative to addressing those issues.
Supervisor Slocum?
I have a few items, if you could just bear with me in no particular order. That automation project that you said was coming to an end, when did that begin?
3-4 years ago, when we initiated some contract or contractor RFPs and kind of looking at and establishing kind of the firm that we wanted to go with. And but essentially, we kicked off this particular contractor here, I want to say probably about 9 months, 10 months ago. And it was just towards the end of 2012. And so, in which they've been very involved with our staff on a weekly basis relative to these improvements.
And you mentioned there were staff that were working on that automation project that once that went live, they could be redeployed to other areas. Did I hear that right?
That's true. That's true.
And what, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's
what kind of positions might those be? Just if you give me an idea.
To tell you the truth, we've had everybody in the department. We have a number of sections, both from the long-range planning, current planning, building inspection, and code compliance, all involved with their areas relative to the permit tracking that they would do in the transitioning from the old system to the new system. So everybody in the department's been involved as recently as the last couple of weeks for some training on the new system and then troubleshooting. We're in a test case situation right now to find the problems. So, but once it goes live, then it'll essentially kind of move back to the responsibility of our IT section for the day-to-day maintenance and ongoing efforts.
Thank you. Then I just wanted to draw your attention to that. There's a page that has the long-range planning. It's page 4-13.
Yes.
And for the performance measures, it just has dashed lines. Why is that?
There was a printing problem, and we've been working with the county manager's office in regards to that. That is something we could provide between now and Wednesday, so you know the specific information that, because we had some information in here on the targets associated with these three performance measures.
Thank you. It seems like with the Princeton study and the North Fair Oaks community plan and the zoning changes and the parking study and the entire list of work that a lot of those things are kind of long-range planning efforts. And like Supervisor Tissier regarding the egress to the new clinic, I would like to keep progress on that plan moving more quickly as opposed to any other alternative that might exist. So my question is, given all the workload that you just went through for this year and for the coming fiscal year, concerned about two things. One, if you feel that you're sufficiently staffed to keep these things moving quickly in terms of the long-range planning effort, but also concerned, and specifically in North Fair Oaks, and maybe Supervisor Horsley shares concerns on the coast about the code enforcement efforts. And I appreciate this last slide where you, I think, talked about using extra help for code enforcement efforts because to some degree it's a cyclical kind of thing. And it seems as if right now we're paying a lot of, or I'm paying a lot of attention in the North Fair Oaks area and code enforcement issues. And I'm wondering if you could be more specific on that issue too, exactly how to keep that moving along at a brisker pace than perhaps has been. So kind of two parts, long-range planning, how to keep that moving, and then the code enforcement issue and how to keep that moving.
Sure, let me start with kind of the long-range planning efforts itself. As a result of the economic situation in 2008, 9, 10, the department itself, in meeting our budget obligations, continued to kind of hold our vacancies and didn't do any particular hiring. But we also noticed that there were additional efforts needed in long-range planning. So what we were able to do is deploy a number of, we had 8 projects that were responsibilities of kind of our long-range planning folks that we've asked our current planning section to take on as part of their responsibilities. And so we've identified kind of these current planners, while they work on the majority of permitting, both planning permits and building plan check reviews to also have as part of their workload efforts in the long-range planning section, which included kind of our farm labor housing permit requirements, our Samara mine compliance, updating our second units. Princeton project itself is assigned to a current planner, Williamson Act, agritourism, and our regional water quality control board compliance, and then SFO roundtable. Those obligations have all been assigned to our current planning section. And then we also have probably close to 8 different projects, grading regulations, updating our tree regulations and subdivision regulations that have not been assigned to any long-range planners or current planners. So we have a work list, and we're doing what we can given our resources that we have relative to that. Now, moving on to your second question about our code compliance efforts. Code compliance is really essentially the complaints that we receive relative to zoning violations. And so in turn, we have 2.5 employees in that particular section. There is a contract that we have with the city of San Carlos. So we have 3 employees and half-time to the city of San Carlos for those efforts. But we've noticed in the course of this last year an increase in the number of complaints that we've received relative to the North Fair Oaks area specifically. So in turn, I've added that up there so that we could look at the opportunities for extra help. I'm not sure if we would be sustaining the intensity of these particular complaints that we receive in North Fair Oaks because of the rezoning aspect that we'll be pursuing for a particular property, as well as kind of the efforts that have gone on in North Fair Oaks specifically about improving that particular community. So I think that that's something we could look into as extra help.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I have an answer in that response, but I guess just to reiterate, my goal is in code enforcement efforts to keep on top of that and keep that moving and be vigilant about that. And also in the long-range planning effort to keep this North Fair Oaks momentum going. I think we've made tremendous progress, and I just want to make sure that we keep that going. And I certainly welcome comments from my colleagues on those issues, but I don't know if you can make a specific recommendation on these matters, or we maybe entertain something for the add-back list, or how to proceed, but was just looking for something a little more specific, perhaps.
Okay.
Before you answer that, one time we did talk about adding staff to long-term planning, and I actually have to credit the department. You've done an awful lot of things and done them actually very well. And the last one that you worked with me on, the Princeton planning, we had a community meeting, had well over 200 people. But looking at some of the other things that you have on your list, like the general plan and county codes, I'm just wondering, do you need additional staff in long-term planning? Like, I know you eliminated a couple in one area, but never picked up anybody else in long-term planning.
Yeah, it's
And
really
code enforcement, obviously, between Supervisor Slocum and I, who were both, we're almost tearing the person in half between his code enforcement issues and my code enforcement issues. So, and I know, I believe that at one time we talked about adding long-term, at least a couple of positions to long-term planning, but apparently did not make it through the CMO's office.
The budget recommendation was based on the actions that the board took with respect to fees. That initially those 2 positions were in the budget, funded with the fee increase that had been proposed, and when the board decided not to move forward, then there were, I decided that there weren't sufficient funds for those 2 positions.
To be honest, to be candid, that's probably my fault, is that I pulled it back. And what I'd like to do actually is ask that we have a consultant take a look at, let's take a comparison between our fees and what other jurisdictions' fees, and also take a look at what's really, what should be cost recovery and what portion of that should actually be general fund part of the actual cost. Because I've argued before that when someone builds a house, they actually add to the tax rolls, or if they double the size of the house, they double their property taxes. So there should be some recognition that there is in fact economic development with fees. So if, I know we talked about having Jim Nantel do that, but he unfortunately was so desirable, he got another job, so he's not going to be available. But I'd like to see us have a consultant. And could we then add those, or on the add back, consider adding a couple of those two long-term planning positions back on the add back? Or for consideration as the add back. So, any other, Supervisor Groom?
I was unaware that when we tabled the fee increase, we tabled the addition of some of more code enforcement.
Long-term planning.
Okay. I guess I didn't put two and two together, but based on I want to talk about the code enforcement. Based on the amount of email traffic that we receive, and the depth of the complaints, I do worry whether we have enough code enforcement people, and we have enough code enforcement folks on the ground, not just in the office, but out in the, especially the coast and North Fair Oaks. It just seems like there's more and more issues to deal with, and I know that Jim does the very best that he can, but I'm not sure he has enough tools.
Supervisor Tessier?
I wonder, we certainly could put these in the add back column. I just wonder if we can maybe take a look at where the resources are being spent for code enforcement. You did mention that you wanted to add some extra help, and maybe that's how we solve the issue. But as far as the two positions, I also think we have to be careful. I keep seeing this pattern today that, we keep adding positions. At the end of 10 years with Measure A, if that doesn't re-up, we're going to add all these positions and have to go backwards in time. I think we have to have some cost recovery, and I think if we do bring someone on to look at the fee schedule, that might be the time to, add positions based on the dollars that are coming in too, without, not so much for code enforcement, I'm thinking more on the long-term planning. I guess maybe to dovetail on what Warren was saying, could you give us some specific timelines and specific accomplishments that you're going to see in the coming months and coming years, so that we can, when you talk about doing a little more brisk, I'd kind of like to see that sort of laid out.
Okay.
You talk about getting the design in place in 14-15. Design in place is a lot different than implementation. And you have to have public hearings and all, but it'd be really helpful to see if we're saying try to expedite that plan, could we see a roadmap, so to speak, and what that would mean for completion of something like that, and what that would mean in a timely fashion?
Yes, and one of the things I kind of want to share with you is when the county manager brought back the Measure A for the North Fair Oaks item, we had indicated a 4-year effort, and because this is a two-year budget, we had indicated essentially for the projects themselves over the course of these 4 years, a little over $12 million. And so we broke that down into kind of a $3 million per year effort associated with that. And then there were, I think, 6 other items for North Fair Oaks improvements itself. So we'll look into that particular document and expand on that and look at a little bit tighter time frame to share with you.
Can that just be a report back at one of the immediate meetings that we have at the board, so we can see it again?
Sure.
Okay.
Supervisor Groom?
I think it's okay to add things today and tomorrow, because it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to approve them, but we're going to have a price tag attached to them by the time we decide to approve them, so then we can revisit it.
I wrote them on my list.
So what have you got on your list? Have you got the?
I put consultant to look at fee schedule, add 2 positions for long-term planning, and then code enforcement.
Excellent. Okay, do I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to move forward the existing, and then those things will add onto the add-ons.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Jim. And thanks to your excellent staff as well. Steve, thanks. Okay, now we are at the first 5 commission, Kitty Lopez.
Thank you, President Horsley, supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Sacco. Kitty Lopez, Executive Director of First Five, San Mateo County. Before I get in to my presentation, I am in my third month of being the Executive Director, and very excited to be here at First Five. It feels like I've been here a long time because I have been in the county over 11 years, and am looking forward to continuing my friendships and collaborations in this new role. And it's a terrific time to be here and be working on behalf of young children. So I'm going to start a little differently. Oops. Yes. So to refresh people's memories, Proposition 10 was established in 1998 with the voter-approved ballot initiative of the California Children and Families Act, which put a 50-cent tax on all tobacco products. So we were established in our county in 1999, and there are First Fives in all of the 58 counties in the state. We are governed by the First Five San Mateo County Commission, 9-member commission. And our charge is to invest in programs that support early learning, child health and development, family support and engagement, and communications and systems change. You can see in the slide that all of those circles are really interconnected, so that we can ensure that our young children are healthy, they're developing well, they have supportive caregivers, and they are ready to enter school. Under each of those 4 focus areas are some examples of some of the projects that we continue to work on. Parent education, for example, a kit for new parents, home visiting and care coordination. For example, our investments in Star Vista and InVision Shelter Network. Under child health and development, focusing on health insurance for young children, oral health, preventative care, and screening for special needs students. So we support Community Gate Path and the San Mateo County Children's Health Initiative as 2 examples. Under early learning, we support high-quality preschool and school readiness programs and early learning workforce development. So we invest in San Mateo County Office of Education as an example. And the last, communication and systems change, that's really how can we develop larger systems that can help our young children and families, like the 4 C's in helping with public education outreach and collaboration and integration. This slide shows some of the percentage of funding allocations for 11-12. Now, the slide is a little bit misleading, and I will be happy to update this after October, but we don't get our 2013 data from First Five California until October. So our budget hearings are prior to that, so again, I'll be happy to update that. But you can see the percentage of our investments in those areas. That child development portion includes early learning. The percentages, again, are a little bit off because in 2012, prior to my being there, there were some additional investments in some of these areas. But it gives you an example of our First Five investment in those 4 areas for children. Some data points to remember. We invested over $7.5 million to support over 6,000 children, over 6,000 parents and guardians and caregivers, and nearly 2,000 service providers. We've been able to screen over 1,000 children for developmental delays and other disabilities, support over 5,000 parents and caregivers, and support early learning with children and their parents in activities to boost math and reading. So for 2013 and 14, you can see our total sources of funds. It's down a little bit from the previous year. The tobacco tax revenue continues to decrease. It wasn't quite as large as we thought, between 4 and 6% each year. Personnel costs were a little bit lower. There were a few positions eliminated prior to my being there, and some of the contracts were rolling over to 2014. There is no net county cost. And we project to do the same for 14-15. So what's next for us? We have a current strategic plan that goes from 2009 to 2015, so we will be looking at that and looking at what other community investments we need to make to help children and their families. Looking at advocacy and outreach. How can we inform the public about what First Five does and how much we do invest in our community? And how can we affect policy change to benefit children and families? There's a lot of work going on right now in our county with preschool design. We are involved with that. The implementation of the Affordable Care Act, how will that affect children and their families? As I said, the tobacco tax revenue will be decreasing, so I want to explore other revenue streams that we might leverage with our funds to have a greater impact. I know Measure A funding will include some early learning funds, and I know that we will be working in partnership with the county to try to expand preschool in our county. And I know we're working on that plan, and I know to bring back to you all. I know it says our children are our future. I think it's becoming more than just a platitude. It really is a smart economic investment to invest in our young children. I don't know if all of you know that, but I started my professional career as a teacher way back when. A second grade teacher.
So did I, 7th grade.
See?
I was very cute.
You had lighter hair there.
I had hair.
And I worked in regular education, in special education. I had a very good tenure at Samaritan House here in our county for 11 years. So it feels wonderful to return back to my first love, which is children, and really helping them succeed in our community. So again, I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can in my 3-month tenure.
A big one at her and see if she can handle it. Kitty, we're glad to have you here as well. You did such a tremendous job with Samaritan House, and I know you'll do a great job with First Five. I was just going to comment, and I think you've pretty much mentioned that already, that with the tobacco tax going down, sort of good news, bad news.
Yes.
Fewer people are smoking.
Right.
So I mean, it's a real trade-off there for sure. But do you have any ideas of some other source of funding that you might think? Are you talking about just doing community fundraising, or?
Well, other First Fives, as I go out and meet with other First Fives in our Bay Area region and other parts of the state, they are able to tap into other federal dollars. We are in between San Francisco and Santa Clara, so I have been meeting with the executive directors of those First Fives to see how can we work together if we are meeting the needs of children and families in neighboring communities. Can we leverage our funds to have a greater impact? So I'm trying to explore that, as well as, as a pretty good fundraiser at Samaritan House. So I hope to use some of those skills and my knowledge of other foundations who are doing work in health, for example. Could we partner, again, to create a larger impact? So I'm working on those things as we speak and hope to bring back some new ideas. I know the commission is looking forward to that also.
Thank you. I'm sure.
Supervisor Pine.
I'm the representative that's serving on First Five, and we're thrilled to have Kitty at the helm. And many of you may have saw yesterday in the New York Times kind of the intellectual force behind early childhood investment. James Heckman had a piece. Just to read the first sentence, what's missing in the current debate over economic inequality is enough serious discussion about investing in effective early childhood development from birth to age 5. So I'm very excited about the work of First Five and the work of Supervisor Groom and the county in general. I mean, I think we've put a lot of our Measure A funds towards younger children, and that's the direction we need to keep focused on, because that will make the big difference. And I'm pleased with the county's continued focus there.
Any other comments? Thanks, Kitty.
Thank you.
We will now go to our Health System Chief Gene Frazier.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm pleased to be here to present the two-year budget for the health system. And I think it's always useful to remember how broad and deep the health system's mission is. We work both on prevention as well as on providing services, and how important partnerships are to us in meeting this very broad mission. We have 10 operating divisions. This is actually a larger number than we presented last year. I just want to highlight a couple of changes. First, we're very pleased to have taken over responsibility from ISD for providing health-specific IT services, and we're extraordinarily fortunate to have recruited Eric Raffin from the Veterans Administration to lead that unit. So we have an additional unit, the Health Information Technology Division. In addition, we merged with the retirement of John Conley, our Director of Public Health. We are so fortunate to have St. Mayer as our Director of Policy and Planning, and we've now increased her scope of responsibility and put back together public health policy and planning under the extraordinarily able leadership of St. Mayer. And finally, as part of that change, we pulled out from the Policy and Planning Division the Health Coverage Unit, recognizing obviously Shrija Srinivasan's great leadership, but also the importance of that unit in the challenges that we face in the coming years. Just to go over very briefly the highlights of the budget, I guess the easiest way to describe this is that it is essentially, if you look at our total requirements, no significant change from 2012-13. There have been some shifts in our sources of revenue. In particular, I'll call out the reduction in net county cost and tell you not to worry about it. We aren't either. That is a natural outcome of the transition of Burlingame Long-Term Care to Brias's management. You were kind enough to support us last year with some one-time funds to support those one-time costs. Both the costs and therefore the revenue are now out of this budget. In terms of the positions, I would like to clarify, this is at least to me, it was a little confusing when I saw 89. In fact, 42 of these positions are already up and operating in the health system. They were mid-year changes that were made during 2012-13. In particular, the transfer of the ISD staff to the health system is the largest part of that. You'll also remember the work we're doing on the public administrator backlog. We did receive some grants, and then one of the things we were most happy about was a request by the school districts to actually increase our services, but they wanted them up and running by September, so we needed to do those in advance. So if you take the 89 and take out the 42, the next set are 23 that are related to Measure A projects, and then the remaining 22 are related to increases in caseload, where we've been using temporary or extra help workers, and we now recognize that those caseloads are permanent, those changes are permanent. We have, in addition, some needs in criminal justice realignment, still some needs in the public administrator, in part because we're getting more cases there, so that's new cases, which is a great thing. We need some staff for the increased volume at our health center in Fair Oaks, or the new one that we are building. And we need some additional staff to meet the increasingly difficult performance requirements under the federal waiver. So though it looks like a big increase, it's a little smaller than you might first believe, and we are still much lower than our high before the recession. In terms of 14-15, I think County Manager Maltby has already kind of given you the punchline on this. It's frankly uncertain for us. The Affordable Care Act brings extraordinary opportunities for many people and potentially for us in terms of additional revenue from people who will get coverage, but also some real challenges. The state is already counting its chickens before they've hatched and taking away some realignment from us. So bluntly, our prediction for 2014-15, as shown in this budget, is for a flat budget because that's the best we can predict right now. We will update you and the budget as we get closer and some of the things that are going to happen actually happen and we find out what the results are. So before looking forward to what we will be doing, I thought it would be great to look back at what we accomplished in the last couple of years. So this is our traditional slide, just to give you a sense of volumes in some of the areas that we work on. I think a couple are quite interesting in the contrast they provide. One, for example, is that nominally the recession ended a couple of years ago, and yet both our number of clients in ACE continues to rise. We're at the highest level ever, and fully twice as many people in ACE than when I arrived just 5 years ago. Similarly, visits to the emergency room just keep going up and up. We are by far the busiest emergency department in the county. We don't expect this actually to go down. As people get coverage, sometimes they actually come to the emergency room more frequently. So we're planning, and we appreciate the support for some additional permanent nurses to deal with that volume. On kind of the flip side of that, Healthy Kids enrollment has declined. And you would think, well, that's odd. It's the recession. You'd think there might be more. We do believe that lower income families, one, have delayed childbirth because the end of the recession has not really floated all boats equally. And in addition, as the recession has ended, and in fact, the high end is doing quite well, housing has become very, very difficult in this community. So we suspect some of the lower income families are in fact moving out of the county. Contrast that to our restaurants inspected. The number of restaurants in this county continues to climb. So that's good news for economic development, and for the workers in the restaurants, it's challenging for environmental health, who in response has moved to a risk-based inspection system to deal with the increased number of institutions. So last year we came before you and gave you some commitments to meet some goals, and only fair, we come back and tell you how did we do. And the good news is, pretty well. We completed the transition of Burlingame as we had planned, but frankly, I think that's one of the greatest successes of the year. We had planned to, in fact, close Burlingame, but we saved nursing beds and a lot of jobs, most of which are unionized, in an excellent collaboration with AFSCME and the other unions to help make this transfer of management work. I'm very pleased to report that the relationship with BRIAS is going very strong. They have recently reaffirmed their commitment to take anyone out referred from the medical center who needs skilled nursing care. There was a little doubt there for a while, but we have a personal assurance from the head of BRIAS that that will continue to happen. And honestly, they're earning even higher quality scores than we did when we ran it. So from my perspective, this is an extraordinary win. The cherry on the top, we actually made $2 million in a revenue sharing agreement in the last year. And if legislation currently pending in Sacramento comes through, we should continue to earn some revenue. In other great news, extraordinarily proud of the leadership of environmental health in looking literally upstream on the reusable bag ordinance. It was a very smooth transition, much more than many of the naysayers predicted, and now all the way from the tip of San Francisco well into Santa Clara, it is now the norm that we bring our bags when we go shopping, and the world has not ended, but the amount of trash has declined significantly. With the retirement of the San Mateo County bag monster, I don't know if you were ever privileged to see Dean Peterson in his costume with 500 bags. Unfortunately, comes the retirement of Dean Peterson. Yeah, this is some unfortunate news for us. Not until March. It'll be a real loss to the county and to the health system. We are committed to recruiting someone who will be equally committed as Dean was to these upstream interventions, but I could not do this presentation without calling out this future loss. And unfortunately, we have another retirement that I will mention here, Arthur Morris, who will be leaving us in January. So we did some great things in 2012. I guess they thought it was so good they were done. But we will, though, be very sad. We will move on, and we will make sure we have celebrations of their time with us. Okay, the duals, I will tell you, I'm tired of talking about the duals. It was delayed again. The implementation, depends entirely on the state and federal governments. They are a little busy with some other things. The current date is April 2014. I predict it won't happen until 2015 because there's so much else going on, and I think they just can't manage all of these things. We also committed that we would meet these federal quality and performance requirements. We needed to meet them because we were counting on revenue. There is a slight error in the PowerPoint. We double counted the milestones because the federal years overlap with ours, so there were technically 2 years. However, we did meet 99% of the milestones, and we earned $14.5 million. And then BHRS should really be extraordinarily proud. Do you remember last year we were so worried, really, very worried about losing contracts with the school districts with the transition and responsibility for special education mental health services. Our goal was just 50%, and we were worried about meeting that. This staff won every single contract with the exception of one. And as I mentioned before, they're not only doing what we did in the past, but asking us to do even more, as now that they're responsible for it, they're finding really the ways that mental health treatment can not only help individual children, but can actually help the functioning of classrooms. And of course, the Measure A investments will make this connection even closer. Very pleased we reduced this wait list for new primary care appointments at the medical center, both through our lean process as well as the expansion of Coastside Clinic. We implemented 3 electronic health records on budget and on time. And I particularly want to call out the implementation of the inpatient Sorian record at the medical center. In a horrible confluence of events, the implementation occurred in the precise week that the regulators showed up for our once every 3 years accreditation survey. And we passed both with flying colors. So congratulations to the medical center, ISD, and IT staff. Lots of other good things. I know at this point you're like, are we done already? But the truth is we did all these things and more. I'll just quickly talk about our family assertive support team. We've been wanting to do this for a very long time. This is a team that actually goes out to people in their homes when a family calls and says, my family members, their mental health is deteriorating. This is an alternative, really the only alternative to calling 911. We're very proud of this, and we're getting referrals already, and this is just a wonderful innovation. And our nurse-family partnership is a sort of a concentrated pre to 3 for first-time mothers aged 15 to 17. This is a particular program we got a grant for. In this program, only one client had a preterm birth. 100% of these young girls initiated breastfeeding. And at 6 months, not a single one of the children in this program had been in a hospital or gone to an ED for an injury. So part of our contribution to trying to reduce child abuse rates. 10 years of universal coverage for children through the Children's Health Initiative, a real milestone. Kudos to everyone who was involved in the beginning and continues to support this important program. Thank you very much for your support and urging to create a smoke-free environment at Cordilleras. And enormous kudos to probation and to HSA for working so closely with us to create the Service Connect project to help prisoners being released from state custody. Really? I'm almost done. All right, and we also worked with our cities on our primary prevention work. I particularly want to call out Police Chief Ron Davis in East Palo Alto. If you've heard of spot shotters, so they have these microphones that are out there, and they had all this data about shots being fired in East Palo Alto, and they actually gave it to us and we mapped it so you could see. First of all, it's really horrifying how many shots are fired in that community. Really, quite staggering. But one of the things we and they learned together was that a lot of these, there were concentrations in particular areas, including in some of the parks. So our public spaces had really been taken over in gang violence. Well, Chief Davis, such an innovative response. He got his police officers out. He made this a big outreach effort and told the community the police officers would be out in the parks helping them with activities. They actually, I think, may even be doing Zumba classes out there. They've taken back their parks with a reduction in violence and an increase in social engagement and actually getting some exercise out there. So we're extraordinarily proud of our collaboration there, but all kudos to Chief Davis for such an innovative response. Okay, that's looking backwards. Now let's look forward. It's huge. It really is. The Affordable Care Act is an extraordinary change. Like all extraordinary changes, is going to be bumpy. So we know that more of our patients will have coverage. Again, County Manager Maltby already gave you some of the statistics. Specifically for us, we have 9,000 members of ACE who will be seamlessly transitioned into Medi-Cal come January 1st. But after that, it's anyone's guess exactly what will happen. We will be working very closely with HSA, with Covered California, with community groups to be doing outreach. We have an outreach event on October 12th already. But we know that when programs like this come up, people are wary. What is it? Can I afford it? Is it going to provide what I want? So no one is yet certain of exactly what will happen. What we know is that the enrollment will take a number of years to really reach its maximum. So it won't all happen come January 1st. So that's the very positive side. A lot of people who desperately need it will get coverage through this expansion of insurance. On the other side are reductions in revenue to public hospitals, not just in California, but definitely including all of the public hospitals here. As I said, the state is already taking back health realignment funds in advance of actually seeing whether we will have revenue increases from the Affordable Care Act. And the disproportionate share hospital federal program is also making cuts, again, in advance of whether we know we will have the revenue to replace it. There are also great challenges, or opportunities and challenges in the mental health and substance use arena. There is coverage now under the parity requirements for substance use and and mental health treatment. We are worried, however, on the financial side that the state, frankly, is not ready yet. And there will be a promise of benefits come January 1st, but they are not yet ready with kind of the technical things that they need to do to make sure we get paid. So let me say again, we're so excited about the Affordable Care Act, and we're a little nervous. We're going to do our best to prepare, to take advantage of opportunities, and to respond nimbly when those opportunities turn into big challenges. Our facilities, there are some fabulous things on the horizon. First of all, we're so excited about the Measure A funding for a mental health respite facility. This is a really desperately needed piece, both for behavioral health as well as for the police. It will be a place where families, behavioral health, and police can take people who are suffering a deterioration in their mental health condition, but who really shouldn't be either sent to PES and locked in an inpatient or sent to jail. So we will have some challenges, I think, citing this. Maybe hard to find the facility, but we're very committed and we're already out there and looking. Cordilleras. I heard it was actually mentioned this morning. Thank you very much. Cordilleras is truly a critical part of our mental health system of care. There are 117 beds. It's really quite large. And these are for people who are coming out of a psychiatric hospital stay and who just need some time before they're really ready to return to the community, so we can get them out of the higher cost hospital and into a lower cost and help them transition. It's also an alternative for people who frankly need longer term care, but we don't want to send them to a state hospital or to a locked skilled nursing facility that cost upwards of $200,000 a year in expense and really don't offer lots of hope for recovery. We're extraordinarily fortunate to have Cordilleras. Very few counties have a facility like this, and certainly not ones of this size. It's really a real treasure. On the other hand, it's really old. And it was never built as a mental health facility, and certainly never built as one that was committed to recovery, to teaching people how to return to the community, what skills they might need. It's an old TB facility. So our plan is that we are going to spend this year really looking at best practices around the country and around the world, and then come back to you in the spring or the summer with a plan. One key factor is that if we can, one of the few times in health where the financing and the policy actually align, it's a large institution now, which means we don't get paid a dime for anything that happens there. If we can have smaller facilities that are more home-like, that really can help people learn, how do I live in an apartment or in a shared rooming situation? How do I do these sort of daily tasks of living? We get it smaller than 16 beds, so we would have multiple facilities. We can actually bill for it. So rare that we can have a win-win where we'll have a better facility and we'll improve our financial situation at the same time. And then last on the list, but soonest to come, there she blows, our new consolidated health center in the South County at Fair Oaks. We're still planning on an end of the year opening. Very excited about this, and thank you so much for your support on the entrance. That is a critical issue for us to resolve. We know that eating right and getting enough exercise are two of the most important things that each of us can do to maintain and improve our health. But when we think about it, our world has really engineered physical activity out of our daily lives. And we're now provided with boundless enticements to eat low nutrition, high calorie foods. So we are continued to our primary prevention mission. We are going to continue to advocate for regional, county, and city investments in active transportation. We want to make sure that we have convenient and reliable public transit, and we want to improve our streets to make walking and biking enticing for everyday travel, not just for recreation. Fundamentally, our goal is to make getting exercise as simple as walking to school or biking to the store. And in this regard, thank you so much for your support on Measure A of a countywide pedestrian and bicycle coordinator. This is a staff position that's been missing in bringing the county together to really make strides in this area. Of course, we will continue our work on reducing access to sugar-loaded drinks, to tobacco, which, yes, there is a plus and a minus to that in terms of First Survive, and to other harmful products. I really want to call out the great news here. We are seeing a bending in the curve on the obesity crisis. There's no one single bullet that's going to make a huge difference. It's all of this, sometimes tedious, but absolutely crucial work in many areas that will help us both on the childhood and adult front. With the Affordable Care Act also come reimbursement changes, ones that are important, but that also continue to put pressures on us to increase our quality and to improve our efficiency. We're so lucky with the leadership of Dr. Ehrlich that we are now a couple of years into what we call our lean journey. We've had great successes. I've talked about the reduction in the primary care appointment wait list. We've also seen a 40% reduction in the time it takes to fill a prescription. We have increased revenue from the operating room because we have fewer cancellations now because we're actually ready and the patients are ready. And we've completely eliminated the problem of incomplete surgery notes, which has prevented us from billing in the past. So we're going to expand it outside of the medical center because these pressures exist throughout the health system, and we've already started in behavioral health, and aging and adult will be up next. Some of the other areas we'll be working on, as the Affordable Care Act, well, it exists already, but with the Affordable Care Act, the competition for health personnel is going to get more and more intense. Many of us love working in the county, but there are also challenges to working here. So we are very focused on becoming the employer of choice for a certain segment. Those are the people who are really mission-driven to serve the vulnerable populations that we serve. So we're already thinking about what we can do internally to really increase our attractiveness to this type of staff because it's going to be critical as coverage expands. And we also need to make sure we realize the promise of electronic health records where we can aggregate and then mine our data to help us monitor our programs and actually improve them based on evidence and based on data instead of on anecdotes. So Measure A is going to help us with so many of these challenges that we have in the next 2 years. Because of your support, we're going to be able to improve access to care for farm workers on the coast through a mobile clinic that can actually go out and visit farm workers where they work and where they live. Measure A will allow us and school personnel to identify and treat much earlier youth who have mental health issues through improvements to our overall youth mental health system of care and a much closer relationship to the schools, which we are very grateful for. And we've talked already about providing respite to families struggling with loved ones. You're also providing a number of alternatives to jail or to institutions that we know will have a significant impact. So I really want to pause for a moment and tell you that these changes, particularly in the mental health area, are from our perspective truly historic. We have worked very hard to reach people before they are in crisis in the past, and we have not always succeeded, and frankly, we won't be 100% successful in the future. However, with these investments, you are filling in some really critical gaps in ways that we can engage people and help families and really give people a sense of hope before a crisis occurs. So from the bottom of my heart, I really want to say thank you for your investment in this area. You're bringing us so much closer to having a truly comprehensive mental health system, and we're very proud of your trust and of your support. Okay, so we made some commitments last year. We're making some commitments for the next 2 years, and here they are in print. We are obviously going to work very hard to provide more and better access to care through first expanded coverage by transitioning 10,000 of our patients into Affordable Care Act coverage, by increasing the number of primary care visits, and by diverting people from jail and from the hospital through some of the alternatives from Measure A. Our use of technology needs to be both for our patient experience as well as for our staff engagement. Mobile solutions can do both. There are obvious advantages to patients, to customers, to, for example, restaurants, if we can use them there and give them an immediate response on their inspection. But it's also really critical to staff engagement. With the generational change, staff really expect to have the tools they need to do the work where they are, and not to have to come back to a desk or to be tethered to a desk. So we know that putting the right technology in the right hands at the right time is very important for recruiting and retaining our staff. We're going to enter the digital age in our radiology, in particular mammograms. Thank you so much. This investment will not only take us to a digital, which has many quality benefits, it will allow us to increase the number of mammograms we can do by 30%. So that's a huge improvement. And the last one, very interesting. We are going to try doing telemedicine between the jail and the medical center, because there's some medicine that you don't need to be in the same room. So if we can do that, and there are some technological and other challenges to doing that, we can get care faster for inmates who need it and actually reduce costs for the sheriff's office by not having to transport. So some hurdles we'll have to get through, but we're very interested in this, and if it works well, we'll expand it.
Would they have to be on a video then?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
okay.
exactly right. That's exactly right. We've talked about Cordilleras. We want to be shovel-ready with Cordilleras and with a plan for a modern facility. We'll continue to work with the cities. The wellness policy the county adopted is so good, we're taking it on the road. And we already have some cities who have adopted it, and we're working on persuading other ones to do that. And as part of our overall mission, as well as part of our staff engagement, we'll be expanding lean engagement to fully 40% of the health system staff. So when you add up all these programs and initiatives and all the ones I've been talking about, the goals and the pilots, they fundamentally all add up to really just one goal. To borrow a phrase from our neighbors at Kaiser, our goal, as we know is yours, is a community where people of all ages and abilities, people of all income levels and backgrounds, really we want a community where everyone can thrive, regardless of their background. I am so very proud to be here today representing the 2,000 dedicated, creative, and very hardworking staff of the health system who work each and every day to make this vision a reality. I'm happy to answer any questions.
It was a very thorough report. Comments? None? None? Congratulations to you and your staff. You've come a long way in a short time. So, Supervisor Pine?
Very uplifting to see all that your team has accomplished. And I just had one or two questions just to clarify. Early on you said you showed a slide showing 2,970 mentally ill jail inmates served. Does that mean 2,900 individuals, or are there multiple people served in there?
I can ask Susan Cole. I believe that's unduplicated.
Unduplicated.
Remember, people come through, right? They don't stay forever. Yes.
Right. Well, that's a large number, as we know. That's a significant portion of our jail population. So it's really exciting to see us go forward with that respite plan. Very exciting. And on lean, I guess as maybe a report back item, not time urgent, but just the results you've proven there are so impressive with the reduction in that waiting list and others. And I would suggest that perhaps at a meeting we just have a little presentation so we all learn more about lean, and because it seems like it, I would hope would have application elsewhere in the county, because this is really remarkable what you've done with it. And again, I thank you for everything.
I just want to ask one question. So the one thing you didn't talk about is what is the health department going to do in their spare time? No, seriously, this is incredibly comprehensive, and it's been quite the year, or quite a couple years. But the good news is, with the economy getting better for us and Measure A, it does give us the opportunity to do some things, as you said, they're extraordinary, that we haven't done before, with working at the schools, in particular in law enforcement and the health department around mental health. That's a big step to collaborate with all those groups, but just, all the challenges, but, you really have it sort of outlined as to how you're going to go about it, and that's really important. I mean, you talked about lean, that's the efficiency side, but also you're very efficient in how you're looking forward into the next couple of years, and I really do think we're going to become a much better community because of it. I think the big caveat, though, is that whole Affordable Care Act. We really don't know how many people will actually sign up. We know how many should sign up. We don't know if they'll all get there. And so I think that's probably going to be one of our biggest hurdles in the coming years, to just see how that really plays out. But considering the amount of effort the health department puts into everything, I'm sure it'll come out as best anyone could do under those circumstances. So thank you, Jean, and thank you to all the health staff there and hospital staff. Thank you for your great work.
And for Arthur Morris and Dean Peterson, you guys will be missed.
Absolutely.
So
They aren't leaving yet. Don't let them go.
well, I know, but
we have a few things they have to get done before they go.
okay.
I'll move the health system budget forward to Wednesday.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to take another 5-minute break before we have the next group. Say 5 minutes, it's really 10 or 15.
Yeah. You say 5, we're back in 10. If you say 10, we're back in 15.
I know. That's what.
steal that kiss off his.
I know. Okay, we'll get started in a minute. Okay, we're back from a short break. It's now time for the Treasurer Tax Collector Sandy Arnott.
You gonna speak?
Uh-oh.
Okay, we're gonna take that out of the budget.
How much is that going to cost you?
Oh, no. Where do I go? Way to make an entrance. Okay. I'm all embarrassed now.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi. Good afternoon, President
Good afternoon.
Horsley, members of the board, County Manager Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Jim Sacco. I'm here to present the budget for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Moving on, okay. We have met our budget targets for both years. Major changes included increasing our commissions by $150,000, decreasing reserves by $1.8 million, and decreasing our fund balance by $553,742. Put my glasses on. 25% of our reserves, or $52,000, was transferred to the county general fund. Both the Treasurer's Office and Revenue Services are no net county cost departments. We have 7 vacancies, which we are evaluating with HR to determine whether or not we actually need those positions. In the middle of our restructure of the department, whether the classifications that are there are appropriate, mainly for succession planning purposes. Under performance, we have the eGov directory that we started up in March of this year. Taxpayers can go on our website and sign up for options such as secured and unsecured tax reminders, publications, news, and auction information. Under our lockbox, which was implemented last year, all tax payments are sent directly to the county bank for processing. So demand on staff time has decreased noticeably, allowing staff more time to focus on direct customer service attention, such as with the live chat, which is our other performance item. That option where customers requiring website assistance can click on a little tab and it's directed directly to a live person within our office during working hours. We've received extremely positive feedback on this service, and customers may also have that chat transcript emailed to them for future reference, so they're not having to contact our office every time for the same issue that might occur. We have received an overwhelming amount of positive feedback on our alternate locations opened 1 year ago in South San Francisco and out on the coast. As of May of this year, we have served over 4,000 taxpayers alone, not counting the customers that come in to pay revenue services fees, and 225 on the coast. In an effort to assist other county departments attempting to reach all county residents on issues of importance, we're including inserts in our property tax bill packet. This year we have information from 4 separate departments that will be included. Following a review of the Lehman bankruptcy plan and discussion with Distressed Us on continuing with the plan, I made the decision to sell our remaining Lehman holdings in anticipation of yielding better results.
Charles Testine, our assistant treasurer, did an excellent job of liquidating those holdings, resulting in an almost 40% recovery on the holdings portion only. We're still in litigation with the Lehman executives and Ernst & Young, which will hopefully improve that recovery figure. Pool earnings were 84 basis points. We again outperformed our benchmark, the state's pool LAIF, by 52 basis points. In the revenue services area, despite these very difficult economic times, the staff of revenue services has really done an outstanding job in surpassing their initial goal by $2.5 million. And I'd like to recognize each and every one of those staff members for the hard work that they do every single day to perform at that level. With closure of the courts in South San Francisco, we're including a notation in all our correspondence that goes out from Revenue Services to North County customers that payments are still accepted in that location. A lot of people thought that since the courts closed that we also were going to be closed for business. Future goals. A steering committee has been made up of all 3 department heads, their staff, ISD and CMO staff, and they've met and formulated a plan of action, including hiring a consultant for our new property tax system, which the county manager discussed this morning in his opening remarks. And this will help us in developing a needs assessment by department, which will be used to develop the RFP for the new system. A tremendous amount of information gathering is currently being conducted, with system demonstrations scheduled for early 2014. Our office has to date set aside $1.8 million in reserves earmarked for the system, which is currently anticipated to cost anywhere in the range of $2 to $4 million per department. That's just based on other counties that have changed their systems, so not quite sure exact number of what it's going to be. Implementation will hopefully be completed in the next 3 to 4 years. Future goals are one-stop shopping, centralized cashiering. We plan to go live with centralized cashiering in the first quarter of 2014, commencing with a pilot program with one of the other county departments, perhaps child support. If all goes well, then any department that bills and collects may be added on either through their own website or through the treasurer's website, and taxpayers have the ability to pay any fees that are due to the county and in any choice such as credit or debit card or e-check, whichever way they prefer. So really the one-stop shopping. On future goals, with e-bill, we hoped to go live with e-bill this year, but because of everything else that we're working on with the property tax system and centralized cashiering, we had to push it back. So we are hoping to start that at September of 2014. We have demonstrations by agencies that provide the service and are currently evaluating them to see what would work best for our taxpayers. To date, approximately 15% of our taxpayers have expressed an interest. That's really, really good. And we're pretty sure that once it's up and running, we will have quite a bit more interest in that. Our 2-year plan, as I just finished discussing, is to continue our efforts to just create efficiencies such as centralized cashiering and e-bill, and continuing our research on the RFP for the new property tax system. On major budget issues, again, it's just collaborating with the assessor and the controller and purchasing the new property tax system, continuing to earmark excess reserves to this project. And as I mentioned earlier, we have set aside $1.8 million. I'd like to thank my managers, Charles Tefstein, Robin Elliott, Gertie Bernard, Laura Williams, and every member of my staff for their excellent work. I appreciate everything that they do for our department. Also, thanks to Shannon, the county manager's office, for all of her help during our budget process. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Supervisor Testier?
I just had a quick question. If I heard you correctly, when it talked about the new consolidated property tax system, did you mention it's probably going to be about 4 years before something like that would be implemented, you thought?
3 to 4, I mean, we're just rolling now, and in the other counties that have implemented it, it's taken them about 3 years. So that's why I'm saying 3 to 4. I'm sure hoping it's sooner.
I was hoping it'd be sooner.
Sooner
yeah,
the better.
I mean, you've done so many great efficiencies. It would just be nice to add that on top of it. But
absolutely,
I do know that things take time. But feel free to try to move it along as fast as you can.
Thank you.
Great job.
Supervisor Slocum?
Thank you. One quick question. I read somewhere that the cost per tax bill
Printed on paper is $16.
It's not, is it $16, Robin?
And yeah, so I'm just curious about the cost of
E-bill?
of the e-bill compared to that 16.
I don't have a hard dollar figure. It is much less. We actually
Should have go to the microphone. Go to the microphone.
Yeah. Could you go to the microphone? Thank you.
I don't currently have a hard dollar figure for the e-bills. We do anticipate it will be much less. We've actually begun the process of speaking with vendors that are offering the service in other counties that are offering the service to get an idea of how much less that will be. Obviously, there will be a huge reduction in just the production time and things like that, and the paper and the resources that we're using. So we do anticipate it will be quite a significant decrease.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Pine?
I would just want to ask you a little bit more about the property tax system. And I know that, you know, there's needs across the assessor, the controller, and the treasurer. I mean, kind of what is the state of your system now? And because, you know, it's not clear whether this is all going to, I mean, this all should happen together, but it's not really clear to me that it will. And so do you have a need for speed? Like I think we all wish.
Absolutely. I'm 100%. Let's move forward with it. The current system is an in-house legacy system. It's probably about 20 years old. It was developed in the tax collector treasurer's office.
That's right.
And so currently, the only person that really does anything with the system is the initial programmer that worked on it when it was developed. He's a contracted employee. You know, San Mateo County, they're very advanced technologically, and the way the system works is there's input by the controller, there's input by the assessor, but then when it comes to the output, that's my area. And for me to be able to provide a taxpayer with any option for accessing their tax information, that's key to me. And we just can't do it with the system that we have. Any slight improvement that we require on that system requires the programmer, which is very, very costly. He's contracted. And then you're put into a queue for really the simplest of improvements, where with a new system, it's almost just a flip of a switch to do some of these things.
Right.
Something as simple as merging information. And so for me, I think I'm probably the person in front who's really gung-ho for this new system because of my role in it. I can see the hesitancy by the controller and the assessor. All their information is residing somewhere, and it's safe, and you know, you move on to something else. There's always something that could fall through the cracks, and I understand it. But for me, I think that the taxpayers deserve to be able to access their information anyway with these smartphones. I mean, I just really support that.
Right. Yeah, I think this is one area that I just want to get to understand better. Because, you know, about the timing, and I mean, intuitively it would seem that you really want all three departments to be moving concurrently. But again, we're hearing that maybe that may not be the case, and then I wonder if that is really workable. And I mean, obviously, you're telling us that from your perspective, you know, you really want this done. You're not the long pole in the tent by any stretch of the imagination.
I want to move forward. But
and the current system was built, you said an internal controller system that was?
It was internally built in the Treasurer Tax Collector.
The Treasurer Tax Collector, okay. So
we are meeting. The three departments are meeting. We do have a steering committee, and we do have a plan of action. So just how quickly we're going to proceed down that list, we'll see.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, a motion?
I'll move the Treasurer Tax Collector's budget forward to Wednesday.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Thank you. Next is the Department of Human Resources, Donna Valancourt.
Good afternoon, President Horsley, honorable
afternoon.
members. Can you hear?
Yes.
You can hear me.
Got it. Yes.
Honorable members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Sacco, it's a pleasure to be here to present to you the 13-14 and 14-15 budget for human resources. I'm pleased to report that despite all the changes that are occurring both in human resources and across the organization, our mission in HR remains the same. Our focus is at the core of the organization. Nothing in the county is accomplished without our people. Our mission simply is to maximize individual potential, expand organizational capacity, and position San Mateo County as an employer of choice. Our services are provided across 6 key functions that cover the employee life cycle, as well as procurement and shared services. We also provide support for 3 commissions that advise your board on various community needs, as well as maintaining our civil service system. We're continually working to align our HR strategies with those of our individual departments, as well as the county. Since 2011, we've been tracking and measuring the extent to which our employees are engaged or committed to our organization. And a key metric is how willing our employees are to recommend the county as a great place to work. You can see from this chart that in 2012, we experienced a significant increase in the number of employees reporting, although a slight decline in the numbers that recommended the county as a great place to work. From 82% to 79%. Although we'd like to see 100%, we think that 79%, which is approximately 4 out of every 5 employees, is a pretty good target. In fact, a recent study by MetLife shows that in the private sector, this number is closer to 2 out of 5. This year, we're planning to more actively encourage and incentivize employees to participate in the survey so we can reach a level of 75%. And I'll take this opportunity just to do a little plug. The survey this year is from October 4th through October 25th. We really encourage every employee to respond because we want to know what we need to do in order to improve engagement in the workplace. We have used the survey data that we've collected over the last 2 years to design and implement initiatives at a countywide level. And I'd like to give a shout out to our very engaged Employee Engagement Committee who have helped to analyze the data and recommend several different programs. Since we've begun, we've seen an increase in the number of highly engaged employees, the number of supervisors attending training, as well as the number of employees with performance plans. A cornerstone of our engagement efforts is the Essential Supervisory Skills Program. And this consists of 4 4-hour modules. Each module represents a core skill area. This program is designed to support the focus of really creating a culture of performance, as mentioned by County Manager Maltby this morning. With the next group scheduled to complete the training in October, there will be more than 500 supervisors that have been through the training, and we hope to hit all 800 by next year. I want to acknowledge Raina and Peggy Jensen and Jean Frazier and Ileana Rodriguez and the HR team that have made a significant commitment to train our supervisors, and the evaluations tell us that they're a big hit. In keeping with our mission, we're acutely aware of the need for strategic and proactive succession management. We're following several strategies that have yielded really positive results. Our internship programs, we coordinate them centrally. We had over 100 interns working in the county this summer, bringing creativity and new ideas. And just a personal example in HR, we recently recruited for HR techs, and 3 of the permanent employees we hired were former HR interns. We continue to partner with 17 of our cities in the Regional Training Consortium with leadership training, and that program has also had exceptional ratings, and it fills up quickly. And recruitment activity has exploded this year. As an example, by the end of this calendar year, 35% of the appointed executive team, 8 out of 23, will be new. And to me, this is a stunning example of the need for robust succession management programs. Between 2011 and 12, we saw significant increases in the promotion rate for our employees in both management and non-management positions. San Mateo County continues to lead other agencies in our wellness programs and our policies. Thank you to your board's support to these initiatives. Our wellness committee and department wellness champions continue to inspire us with their energy and creativity. In all of my years of being with the county, I've never been with a committee that's so committed to the purpose. They are energized. And you may have noticed the stairwell banners if you're taking the stairs. We encourage people, actually, you should see these by the elevators that say there's no waiting in the stairs. So we're trying to encourage people to take the stairs.
We'll have to move our officers up to the fourth
Upstairs,
floor.
that's true. Well, when you come and visit, maybe. They're also changing out the vending machines to more healthy foods. And then, as you're aware, we were awarded with a STARS Award, and we took that money and we made it available to departments to create programs to help their employees feel and see and experience wellness every day. And there's 16 departments that are participating in those programs. So our budget, we continue to look for opportunities to reduce costs and generate efficiencies both in our department and countywide. Our budget totals $11.1 million in 13-14. Our net county cost is about $4.9 million. It reflects an increase of about 3% due to benefit increases as well as increased facility charges. Our position count is the same at 64. In year two, again, our budget is at $10.9 million, a bit of a decrease because of completed projects. Net county cost is $4.9. Again, the increase due to benefit and facility charges. Our budget changes, one of the key budget changes in year one is a department reorganization. And we undertook this to accomplish several key objectives. One was to provide a career ladder in HR for HR professionals. Second was to incorporate procurement and shared services into our permanent structure. Third was to align our services where department need is. So we found that some of our services we needed to bolster, and so we moved resources around. And finally, we wanted to focus on our core business. So as an example, we moved our IT services to ISD. So all of this was accomplished without any additional cost, no position increases, or increases in our management staff ratio. Some of our other key changes are classification studies, ADA CAP projects. We're now responsible for Title II of the ADA, so that's moved into our budget, as well as the Agile organization for both year 1 and 2. So in addition to maintaining momentum with the engagement efforts and succession management, we're also going to be focusing on 4 key initiatives: the Agile organization pilots, Workday, the Affordable Care Act, and a procurement system. San Mateo County has historically been a leader in program development and service delivery, not waiting for others to demonstrate success. We have no plans to change our proactive approach to leading change. We're committed to learning what works in these pilots, to involve our affected stakeholders and including our labor organizations as we learn along the way. For the next 2 years, another big project, of course, is Workday, and thank you for approving the project last week. As you're aware, we have multiple HR systems, many of them limping along on life support. Many have heard me say it feels like we're trading in our Pinto for a Tesla. When implemented, Workday will enhance the county's HR, payroll, absence management, and performance management functions. We have a strong relationship with ISD in partnership with the Controller's Office, and we hope to get this project done on time and within budget. Our benefits team will continue to work hard to understand and implement the ever-evolving Affordable Care Act regulations. We'll be prepared to offer affordable coverage to eligible employees in 2015. And in procurement, we're also looking at efficiencies through technology. The medical center recently implemented a inventory management procurement system called Caduceus, and the Controller's Office is upgrading IFAS in the spring. So as our risk manager, Scott Johnson, says, in some ways it's like the Transcontinental Railroad. You've got the medical center coming in from the west with Caduceus, IFAS coming in from the Controller's Office on the east, And hopefully, the tracks will connect in procurement and we'll end up with an integrated system that helps our department save both money and time. So let me end by saying we're looking forward to all the opportunities ahead. And speaking for all of us in HR, we are extremely privileged to serve this county and our employees, our most important resource. Thank you to your board and the county manager's office for your continued leadership and support, to Raina for being our staunch cheerleader, Shanna and Swati for your good work, Rocio for working your magic on the budget and everything else you touch, and Michael also. And I also want to acknowledge a retirement, since that's what we're doing. Steve Rossi, who has been with us for many years, has been what I call an HR MVP for years and years. Will be retiring at the beginning of the year, so I want to acknowledge his good work. I don't know if he's here.
There he is, in
Thank
the
you,
back.
Steve.
Take
And
a
I
bow.
want to acknowledge all of the HR team for the good work that they do. They make it truly a joy for me to come to work every day. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Donna. Supervisor Groom?
Donna, thank you very much. I'm curious about the Affordable Health Care Act and how many employees we currently have that are not covered under some sort of policy, and will we put them on our policy, or will we direct them to the exchanges?
So we will not be directing them to the exchanges. We will be offering affordable coverage. Now, our initial estimates is that there's less than 200 employees that will be eligible for this, because remember, it's 30 hours, they need to work 30 hours a week or more. But we'll be monitoring it. And we do have an affordable plan that we're developing.
Thank you.
Any other, Supervisor Pine?
Thank you, Donna, for your presentation. Could you just update us on your efforts to roll out the ethics training as part of your online curriculum?
Sure. So we fortunately partnered with San Bernardino County, had found a provider, and we were able to, they licensed it to us, so we don't have to recreate it. So we just signed off the hold harmless clauses with both county councils, and we're ready to move forward. Do we have a?
And so we're working on the contract with Corpedia.
Yeah, so we're working on the contract now. Our estimated date for rollout of the training?
By the
End of the calendar year.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I'll go ahead and move it forward to Wednesday.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Donna.
Thanks.
Thank all your staff as well. And the last and most important person, me, is David Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Maltby and Mr. Holland, Mr. Sacco. I'm sorry that our soon-to-be retired person left. I was going to tell him that we're looking for his file, and I think we should be able to find it, within a year or so. No, we never lose a file. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you, as I get to every year at this event. As you know, the retirement system is actually technically an independent legal entity. So our budget is put together by the Board of Retirement, monitored by the Board of Retirement. So I always take this time to just give you a brief status report on the retirement system and where we're at. So that's what I intend to do today. At first, though, I want to introduce a person who's very important to Samsara and our success, and that's Michael Coltrip, who came along with me today. Mike's our Chief Investment Officer. He's been with us about a year now. Came to us from the Raytheon Corporation, where he was the Director of Pensions and Investments for their $15 billion plant. We're almost $3 billion, so we feel really fortunate to have him. He's got a huge, deep background in this business of institutional investing, and he's doing great things for us. So the timing of, I don't have a PowerPoint, by the way.
That's quite all right.
That's what you're
We're
wondering.
tired of PowerPoints right now.
Yeah. Me too. So the timing is better this year than it is in June, because in June, we're waiting for the end of the fiscal year to see what the earnings have been and have the actual valuation completed. At this time, fiscal year is over, we know what the earnings have been, and we have the initial results of the actuarial valuation. So I can share some of those with you today. They're preliminary, but I don't expect they're going to change. And the valuation, just so you know, is really just a really complex comparison of our assets and our liabilities. And the liabilities being the benefits that people have earned or what the members today are expected to earn in the future. So it's really a ratio of the assets over the liabilities. And last year it was 72%. This year it's improved slightly at 73.3%. At the lowest part of the market crisis, it was 64%. So bit by bit, every year since 08, 09, we've improved that funding ratio. And that's also true of the unfunded accrued liability. 962 million last year, it's 954 million this year. So some improvement there. Our earnings were very good this last year, 13.6%, which is net of investment fees, 14% gross of fees. And since the market crisis in 08, we've averaged about 12.85%. So we're very pleased with that. I think it's clearly above average and probably quite a bit better than that. The size of the fund today is about $2.6 billion on an actuarial basis. And the employer contribution rates are still going to remain historically high. They're going to be lower than what we projected. We projected they'd be over 38% on average. And they're actually going to be less than 37%, mainly because the earnings were pretty good for this last fiscal year. So as you recall, 38 was the number that was set as a minimum in the supplemental contributions discussion. So that's good news. We've had good news since the financial crisis. But the really good news, I think, is that we're turning a corner. We are, this year, recognizing the last of the actuarial losses of the recession, of the financial crisis. And as I think I've maybe mentioned in some talks before, what we do is a process called actuarial smoothing, where we recognize the change in the value of assets over these rolling, overlapping 5-year periods. And the main reason for that is it keeps the employer rate somewhat stable and takes a lot of volatility out of the employer's contribution rates. So this is the last year that we have to recognize an actuarial loss from the recession that's been deferred. In the next few years, we're going to start recognizing deferred gains, which is a really good thing. So we will see improvements in all these numbers in the future, assuming our assumptions hold fairly true to what we expect. Another really good thing, of course, is the additional contributions that you've directed your staff to work with us to put an MOU together on. I have to say I've had a very warm, glowing feeling about all of this for the last few weeks since you passed that measure. And I think it's for a number of reasons. One is that there's just so many good things that will come of this. It's pre-funding of the system on an aggressive basis. And I think that the county has been very aggressive in this, and probably one of the most aggressive in California. But regardless of what happens with the fund earnings or potentially losses, the contribution rate for the system, the unfunded liability, the funded ratio are all going to be improved by additional contributions. The degree to which the good things happen is dependent on the level of contributions and what happens with the fund. But you're definitely going to be better off as a result of that than you otherwise would be. So it's a very good thing. It's all been a very collaborative effort also, which is nice. You know, it's part of what this county does, and I'm proud to have, you know, played my role. But Supervisor Pine and his administrative aide, Michael Barber, have been part of the team. Controller Adler, big sponsor of this. Jim Sacco, working weekends, talking to our actuary on the weekend. I don't think I authorized that, but it's okay. And Mr. Maltby, and as I mentioned, our actuary. Just a great collaborative effort on that. Of course, we have more work to do on that. We drafted the MOU, and we sent it to Jim, and we'll be working on that. And hopefully we'll have something for this board and our board to look at within a few weeks. And just to continue my theme, I'm really proud of what this county has done and what the retirement system have done since the crisis. I think in every area there's been a really aggressive approach to the pension funding issue. The retirement board, actually prior to the crisis, they did a really good thing. We didn't know it was going to be this good, but the 15-year amortization of the unfunded liability is very aggressive. It's like a home mortgage. You know, the shorter it is, the less it's going to cost long term. So it's really long-term thinking, and that's turned out to put us in a very aggressive situation to address this issue. The retirement board lowered the assumed earnings rate. There might be some systems in California that are lower, but we clearly led the way on that. The retirement board has also really massively increased the diversification of the fund into different asset classes to provide more stability to the earnings. And the county has looked at the level of benefits for new employees, the level of contributions for new hires. Also held the contribution level to the system at a steady level rather than letting it drop slightly the last couple of years. This is all very, very prudent financial management for this system. And I think it all taken together shows great leadership on this issue, probably nationally. I don't think there's any system that I'm aware of that's more committed to addressing the funding issue. And that's about it for the system. I did want to mention that, and I said I wouldn't talk much about our budget, but we do have a significant budget expenditure coming up, and it's to replace our legacy pension administration system. It's been around since the early 90s, and it's done pretty well over the years, but the time has come for it to be replaced with something else. And I was trying to put this off till after I retired, but it's not working out for me. It's time to start that process. So we've issued our RFP, and we're looking at the responses right now. So as I mentioned, I tried to push that off till after I retire. I did want to mention that I am planning to retire in March 2015. So I'm sure I'll get a chance to talk to you before that, and thank you again for the relationship. But I can assure you that the retirement board's going to do a very diligent and thorough search, a wide search for my replacement. And I think the system's going to be in good hands regardless. We have just a super staff. Our administrative staff, Scott Hood's our assistant executive director, of course, Mike. Brenda Carlson is with us, who you're familiar with, Gladys Smith, Mabel Wong, Tariq Ali. Those are our management team, but I could mention every member of our staff. I'm really pleased with the staff that we have today. And I'm also just really thankful for the board that we have. The Board of Retirement is excellent, and part of that is due to the appointments that this body has made. always looking for folks that have some investment background to help us out. So I really appreciate all that. And that's about it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Well,
Okay.
thanks for your report.
All right, thank you.
We're now at our regular agenda, and item number 3, county manager's report. No report. Okay, we have one speaker, Marty Fox.
Thank you again for your service and your patience through these hours. Please refer to the performance measures on pages 2-64 and 2-68. The county manager's 2-year spending plan released on August 23rd was supposed to fill gaps for vulnerable populations, persons living with mental illness that do not understand their need to seek treatment voluntarily are a vulnerable population, like 53-year-old John Jacob Berger in his second-floor apartment on West 4th Avenue in San Mateo on Monday, August 12th. The proposed budget perpetuates policies and procedures which deny treatment to persons living with mental illness who are treatment-resistant and treatment non-compliant. Additionally, it endangers the health and safety of the public and family members like John Jacob Berger's 76-year-old mother. He stabbed her. If you take a look at the performance measures, you'll see that on page 268, if you have an alcohol and other drug problem, the measure is the percentage of clients who successfully complete treatment. No similar measure for mental health. Laura's Law is a rational response to the threat presented by untreated mental illness. Laura's Law was certified as an effective, efficient, and economical by the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs. Please have some mercy on family members of persons living with mental illness that lack the insight needed to seek treatment voluntarily, and vote to implement Laura's Law. Thank you.
You may as well stay there, Marty. You have one for item number 4 as well.
Thank you again for your service. I'll try to make this as brief as I can because the executive director of an organization that claims to serve persons living with a mental illness admitted that her organization did not have a rational response to the threat presented by untreated mental illness during a meeting in San Mateo last Wednesday morning. The intellectually and morally bankrupt policies and procedures that the health system requires their vendors to follow required the executive director to deny a veteran access to the mental health treatment he needed to get off the streets and become a member of society, quote, for more years than she could remember. However, the saddest part of the story that she told revealed that she lacked the insight needed to understand that the veteran did not go through a chow line when he was in the service, and when he got to the mental health station, he did not say, oh yeah, I'll take some of that mental illness stuff. In other words, the health system's policies and procedures produce negative outcomes that they don't want to measure by preventing persons living with mental illness who do not understand their need to seek treatment voluntarily with any opportunity to receive the help they need to recover. They also produce vendors who lack the insight needed to understand people living with mental illness did not ask to be mentally ill, and they do want access to treatment so they can recover. Thank you.
Thank you. Now time for board members' reports. Any here? None? I just have one, and adjourn in memory of Red Markey. Red was just passed away yesterday. He was a longtime farmer on the South Coast, and I don't have any of the details of his life, but he was quite a character. I knew his family pretty well, and he's now deceased. So with that, we will adjourn.